You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings! And welcome to the Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. And a special hello to everyone watching live for the first time. Hello. So glad you could join us. I am Lord Ereban. I don't know why I just said that so angrily. Milo, stop it. I am Lord Ereban, Keeper of Secrets, and your host for tonight's campaign. Together, we stand witness as our intrepid adventurers face terrible danger and most certain doom in their quest for glory, valor, and most importantly, treasure. Yes. As you'll see, all of the players are still working from home and practicing their social distancing. As soon as the time is right, I'll let all of the players back into my dungeon. But not until then, all right? Throughout our time together, you, the audience, will be called upon to help guide decisions made within the game. In addition to our live chat interactions, those that are brave enough can purchase one of our unique props. Tonight we have 4 Dungeon Run props for you. If you love the show, you can show love. Yes, scented meat. Great name, first of all. Second of all, that's exactly what a show love looks like. It's the blue balloon. When you buy show love, Jeff will see it and may read your name out during the game, showing you some love. And of course, you can show love to any member of the team, including myself. Now, you could bestow upon the adventuring party the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at one time, taking the highest value. Or, should you choose to do so, you can set the trap of disadvantage. If a player has advantage, this disadvantage will counter it. And if the player does not have an advantage, well, they will roll a pair of 20-sided dice and take the lowest value. After all, we all know, life is pain. Thank you, Joral. And yes, guess what? Milo's ball is still out. I know it's still there. I told him to put it away, but as you know, he's a moron and doesn't listen to me. The joke's on him because we're not using force cards yet, so it doesn't affect the game. However, it might still affect Milo, i.e. probably kill him and stop his little heart, which if you want to do that, that's your prerogative. When you give props, please specify which player at the table this is for. If you do not, I will make the choice for you, and you will be frustrated, I'm sure. Also, for those, or I should say, for all things Dungeon Run, head over to thedungeonrun.fandom.com. There you will find info on our characters, Dungeon Run merch, and the link to the Dungeon Run Discord, where you can join a great community of runners. Yes. You can upload your fan art there as well. We love fan art, especially of me, Lord Ereban. And to those of you who have already submitted, I see you, and I thank you. Now, let's meet... No, Milo, stop it! I'll deal with that in a moment. Please. I'm sorry, everyone. Now, let's meet our brave souls, the cast of characters. Please welcome Jared Kajak as Civ Redvesely.
Is it Wednesday already? Is today Wednesday? Are we doing this?
It is.
All right.
Jared, you're looking so snazzy. What are you drinking, Jared? What is in that cup?
This is Smittix. It's an Irish beer from Dublin.
Sounds delicious. It looks very dark. It's like an amber?
It's a red ale, yeah. It's got a nice kick to it. It's a good way to start the night.
Listen, I like this. We're starting off fresh. Next, Jessica Lynn Parsons as Fahima Tig.
Hi, happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday. Always a beautiful smile on Fahima. Thank you for that. It brings a joy to my heart and to Milo's. Next, we have Morgan Peter Brown as James Quillas.
Lord Airban, it's so excellent to see you.
It's excellent to see you. I maybe hadn't said this before, but perhaps I did. Your facial hair grows unlike anything I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah.
I don't have facial hair, so I don't know what that's like. But
right, no, it's fast. It's definitely...
It's very, very quick. You have a full beard.
I do, very quickly.
Yes.
Yep, it's
Very,
just a matter
very
of
beautiful.
concentration and Scotch-Irish heritage.
I love it. Next, we have Ronald Hold on, I'm joking.
Off the rails.
Wow.
What was that about a beard?
Yeah, well, there's no one who has a beard quite like you, Mr. Argo. Look at this. It's so full.
I wish I could get it cut, though. I need it.
Why don't
it's,
you?
It's hot. It's hot. I don't want to ruin it.
It's
I don't want to ruin
it's
it.
becoming very... Well, I understand. And don't, please. Just leave it as is. It's glorious.
How you doing, Flaya?
Hey, we're doing good over here. I don't do accents there. All right, okay, next. Katie Michaels as Lily Dumblestock.
Hey!
Hi.
I really liked whatever accent you just attempted, though.
I was trying to do something. I think it's something from the Eastern Seaboard or something of the United States.
A classic Eastern Seaboard accent.
Yes. I love your hanky, the scarf you have.
My
It's
neck
very sweet.
hanky? Is that
Your
what we
neck
want to
hanky.
call it?
We'll call it that. Yes,
Great.
neck hanky. And finally, last but not least, the number one man in my life. Why? It seems like I'm trying to marry him for some reason. The man, the myth, the legend, our dungeon master, and my good friend, Mr. Jeff Kanata!
I've been waiting, but somebody doesn't ask.
Listen, you've changed everything changed. You have your background is different.
You like it? I'm going with
I
some
do. It's
Purple Rain action.
It's
You're in
Night
the-
Drift. It's the Night
Very
Drift version of
nice.
Jeff
I like it a
Kanata.
lot. It gives it that a very, very sensual feeling. I love it. I think this might be the best show we've ever had. I'm just going to go ahead and say
It's
that.
a lot of pressure,
there,
buddy.
all
It's
right?
a lot of pressure.
A lot of pressure. I know, but I'm good at putting pressure on people, especially you. Now, as the journey continues, I, Lord Ereban, will be joining you in your social conversations around the game. So keep an eye out for my avatar and comments. And before we begin, I have a favor to ask of you. It would give me great pleasure if you would share the show. Just click below and let all of your admirers know that you are watching The Dungeon Run, the greatest show that's ever been broadcast ever in the history of mankind. Please, just do it. It's good for you, it's good for me, and it's good for us. Now, keep the comments coming. Be ever vigilant. And as I always say, let the dice roll!
Yeah! Woo! Oh man, I don't think you guys even need me tonight. It was just going to be the cast and airband show.
What are you talking about?
Thanks.
You're our DJ tonight. You got
Yeah.
the backdrop for us.
That sounds fun until 20 minutes in, we're like, uh-oh.
Who's gonna describe stuff to us? Where are we?
So excited to be here. Thank you all for tuning in live. We appreciate you. Thank you, Friday watchers watching on the premiere on YouTube. Thank you, anybody that downloads us. Please take a second, tell a friend, maybe rate us on the platform that you watch us on or listen to us on. We'd appreciate it.
Or just rate us in general. Just be
Or just
like,
rate
hey,
us. Just send us
7.5.
Or shout out into the heavens. 10 out of 10!
All right, let's catch everybody up and get started, shall we?
Yes.
Please.
It started as a simple dungeon run. 5 accidental allies looking for adventure found themselves on a quest to unravel the very deepest mysteries of their world.
But before they could reach the next step of their journey, they were pulled back in time by powerful magic, thrust into the bodies of 5 sellswords and forced to serve a pirate captain that they had already faced and defeated in their own time. A pirate captain whose greatest treasure, it is said, still resides in a vault in Turles, even after his death. But when the Heroes of Bingle arrived more than 20 years earlier, Whitebeard, the fiercest scoundrel to sail the Lost Sea, was very much alive and on the hunt. The Shazengao Empire had posted a price on the head of a Triton named Choran, and every bounty hunter in Ain was pursuing him. The heroes helped Whitebeard secure the prisoner, evading vicious Yuan-Ti raiders along the way. But when Choran begged the team for help and told them about his wife and son, whose lives were similarly threatened, they persuaded Whitebeard to forego the bounty for the promise of even more valuable booty. Choran offered information about the treasure cache of the Shazengao dynasty.
You just wanted to say booty. Come on.
I thought you guys wouldn't giggle.
I did.
I should have known.
Really? You thought we wouldn't giggle at that?
Yeah.
Choran offered information about the treasure cache of the Shazengao dynasty, the empire's stockpile of riches and magical items. Travel to the Isle of Rum, he said, reunite him with his family, and he would lead Whitebeard and the sellswords to the dragonborn treasure. But when they arrived on the isle at the port of Boster, Choran's family was nowhere to be found. In the midst of a wild tavern brawl, the heroes discovered that Ostrom, Choran's trusted consort, had fled Boster with his family, choosing to risk a journey into the Castle Rum rather than face the mercenaries and cutthroats hunting them in town. But the Castle Rum was known to be a dangerous and terrible place in its own right. Said to be haunted, the land upon which the castle stood had been reshaped by the mighty Quake Warden himself to isolate and confine its corruption. As such, it was only accessible by boat and required consuming a disgusting concoction called the Liquor of the Dead to stave off the horrors of the journey. Only the most brash or reckless sailors would even attempt the pernicious passage. Luckily, for the Heroes of Bingle, there was no more brash or reckless sailor than Whitebeard, so they began ingratiating themselves further into his favor. In a show of mercenary ruthlessness, Civ stabbed Choran, unceremoniously, in the gut. Then the team accompanied Whitebeard to a soothsaying sea hag, chained to the wall in a nondescript hovel in Boster, who provided the pirate with a very profitable prediction for his future. The next stop was the Mud Pit, Boster's brutal underground fighting ring, where Uggo volunteered to battle in one-on-one combat. His victory ensured Whitebeard collected on a sizable wager. To top it all off, Fahima, Civ, and Uggo acted as Whitebeard's enforcers on a visit to an old freebooter named Foddy Lumpfoot. Whitebeard questioned him about an old sum past due, treasure scored together but still unpaid, and the 3 heroes of Bingle played their parts well. They threatened the man, roughed him up, and tore papers from his hand, papers that seemed to indicate ownership of a vessel moored in Boster Harbor. Foddy Lumpfoot relinquished the property to Whitebeard, which likely saved his life. But Fahima made sure the pact passed pirate scrutiny by conjuring a quill from thin air and forcing the man to sign it in his own blood. Meanwhile, Lily and James made their way to the lighthouse on Ocean's Gull Point. There they encountered a pitiful man calling himself the Viscount Wingerstick's envoy. He claimed he ruled over the lighthouse, but his debilitated state and deranged surroundings pointed to years of drinking the liquor of the dead himself and suffering the consequences. The loathsome libation could only be brewed by fermenting it in the decomposing husk of a dead creature, but he told Lily and James that they could take any of it they could dig up, provided they illuminated the lighthouse's beacon and offered their own corpses to him should they meet an untimely end. Which they almost did immediately. Digging up the graves around the lighthouse disturbed a strange and deadly plant that lashed out at them. James and Lily took to the skies with an effectively timed fly spell and cast their magic down upon the sickening sprout from the top of the lighthouse. By the time the battle was through, James conjured his phantom steed, and the 2 of them rode off into the rain, a dark jug of the liquor of the dead nestled warmly between them. When the team reunited, they sought shelter from the rain at the Isle Inn and toasted their victories apart with rounds of the local mead. But soon, their thoughts returned to the hag, chained and captive in a bed of seaweed somewhere in town. A plan was hatched to break her out and learn more from her enigmatic elocutions. They stashed the jug in their room and off they went into the rainy night. Uggo was turned into a monkey, Civ shimmied through a chimney, and the team managed to get themselves inside the strange Bosternian building to speak once again with the hag. But even as she revealed more perplexing predictions, the insights riled Uggo to the point that he yanked on her chains. Chains fed through a bracketed hole in the wall, a hole that led to a room where the sounds of alarm and activity were now emanating. Civ raced to the door.
So much alliteration.
I know, I really went for it this week, and I
much.
messed myself up.
Yeah.
Civ raced to the door just as it swung open, and the team rolled initiative. I literally messed up on the second to last sentence.
Oh, buddy, it's beautiful.
Oh,
Hey.
good though.
Your alliteration was very good. It's a good
Stunning.
warm up for the show.
What to
So,
do to die today? Okay, so that is where we pick up this week. We're picking up right as a fight is about to break out. So we are rolling initiative. I do need to thank some folks right here at the top. We have love pouring in already. Those wonderful balloons that you send us are so appreciated. It feels like applause. Thank you, thank you. Fall Star, Snake Master 89, Reloader 68, Scented Meat, Bingle and Flames, Angel Devilson, and more. Thank you, thank you, thank you for those.
Scented meat.
Scented meat, indeed.
Scented meat.
So
Did we roll initiative already? I forget.
No, you did not.
No.
Okay.
We're going to do that now.
Great.
So, Civ, you have advantage from Z-Man 9018, countered by AJ McLeod.
Oh, it's a new one.
Hey, Jay.
Fahima, you have advantage from Alpha Wolf Striker, countered by Grim Fated. James, you have advantage from Kaibuck, countered by Grim Fated.
Thank you,
Uggo,
Kaibuck.
you have advantage from Pug of Cridey?
Cridey.
Yep. Countered by Bingle and Flames. And Lily, you have advantage from Lily Dumblebay, countered by Uroboros 43.
No, we have new people giving disadvantage.
Grim Fated's got a crew now.
Team
it's-
Grim Faded
Tim
is
Grim
growing.
Fated is in full
What I
effect.
mean by that is thank you.
I know. It's a huge thank you.
Civ, what is your roll?
24.
Ooh, my goodness. Uggo.
Whoa.
All right, excuse me. 20?
21.
21? I was not going in order. Fahima.
11.
James.
15.
Lily.
Nat 20.
Hey!
Um,
All right.
For a total of what, though? 23?
24.
Oh, dang.
Oh, 24. All right. So it will be. Oh wait, I gotta roll my folks here. Hang on.
Do you, though? Just let him stand there.
We haven't seen the guys coming out of the bedroom. Or people
Not yet,
or
but they
whatever.
are about to appear, and we'll go there shortly. Oh, before we do that, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to do something else.
Uh-oh.
And that is, everybody roll me a con save, please.
Oh.
We're gonna find out how drunk everyone is.
Oh, no.
Oh.
We were all drinking before we left. Civ, you have advantage from Snake Master 89, countered by Uroboros 43. Fahima, you have an advantage from Alpha Wolf Striker, countered by Lambent Zerker. James, you have advantage from Pytyrus Stormblade, countered by Grimfated. Uggo, you have advantage from TK421, countered by Grimfated. And Lily, you have advantage from Bo Busy, countered by Grimfated. So
Nat
these
20.
Are Nat 20. All right. What does everybody else got?
14.
19 for the professional alcoholic.
19. Okay.
21 for the orc with high constitution.
Okay, I thought we were done working for the night. I got a natural 1.
Oh, no.
Yes.
Against all odds.
Yes.
Against all odds, Lily is the most hammered.
Oh, boy.
got to eat. She forgot to
Boy.
eat. Remember?
I didn't need
We kept
anything,
She
Yeah,
didn't
that's
need
right.
anything.
and I
All
have
right.
been working all day.
Should have had that bread.
And I brought 2 pints of beer with me on this journey.
That's
and
right.
You
left the
did.
cups outside.
The road.
All right. So, who had the 14? Was that Fahima?
Yeah.
Okay, Fahima, you have the lowest amount of drunkenness. You have disadvantage. You've kind of got a thick head a bit. You know, just things are a little sloshy in there, but you're mostly okay. You have disadvantage on persuasion and deception, but you have advantage against frightened because you got a little bit of
okay.
liquid courage.
You said
Nice.
persuasion and deception?
Yeah.
Look at the hag. Look at the hag.
Just look at her.
All right, but
I
Lily,
think she's trying to start something.
Lily, you have disadvantage on saving throws, attack rolls, and ability checks.
No.
Oh,
You cannot dash more than 10 feet in the same direction
Oh no.
because you got to move side to side.
that's right. You'll move like a
Yeah.
knight in chess.
Yeah, but if I'm getting shot at like with a sniper, they're not gonna get me.
But exactly, that's what you want if you have a
Zigzag.
sense.
Zigzag.
All
But
those-
you
all
do
those
have-
Bostonian snipers. That were
Okay,
coming
I'm just
across?
saying there's one good thing about this.
Bosternian. You do need to get to. You do need to roll a hit die, and gain temporary hit points of that hit die
Wow.
because you're so drunk
Yeah.
that you won't even feel a percentage, a
Nice.
portion of the damage that you get.
Bouncing
Okay.
off her.
Yeah. Everybody else shakes off the cobwebs of whatever you've been drinking this night.
The words from the hag sobered James up.
Yeah.
Ron, you and I need to remember this for our future battles in case we ever need bonus for
points.
frightening. We just need to
Just
drink
hit
a little
points.
extra.
Hey, you know,
Yeah.
it does have it does have its benefits sometimes.
It can
It's
be strategery.
yeah, strategic.
Strategery.
Stradrinkery.
And
Okay.
it's not like I'm good at persuasion or deception as it is, so it's not like I'm
There you go.
All right, so we got only a 5 on our roll, so they go last, which makes sense actually. All right, so we're gonna start this fight. That means we're going to return to the map room, ladies and gentlemen. The amazing map room where we've got, you can see, starting on the wall,
Wow.
moving across,
Wow.
an accurate recreation of our long lost, hopefully someday we'll be back there,
Wow.
Okay.
studio set. But this is the room that you have broken into.
Got it.
Maybe we can
where's
get an
the-
overhead shot. You can see it a little bit better. So you see that there is the hag is standing there. There's the bed of seaweed on the right. The hag is standing chained to the wall. You can see the chain on the ground there. Uggo is standing right next to the wall, having just pulled the chain. Fahima is standing next to the chain with her hands on it, trying to heat it up. You see the curtain behind you, where you guys had, behind which the hag had been situated, and you guys opened that curtain. You see the hearth on the left wall over there. That's where you came in. The double door at the top of the map is where you opened the door and let the other folks in. Civ and Monkey Uggo came down the hearth.
Right.
And then there's this room. Do we have our
Our foes.
two play- there we are. Okay.
There we are.
So
They just materialized.
so
All
this
that red
room,
stuff on the ground.
the door opens to this room, and Civ, roll me a. You said you wanted to try to attempt a surprise round when we left off last night.
For shizzle.
So roll me a stealth check. Advantage from Snake Master 89, countered by Grim Fated.
Whoa, you got a
Look at that.
spotlight?
No,
Civ's-
beautiful.
Civ's turn.
17.
17 beats their passive perception, so they are surprised.
Excellent.
And and you do go first. So this door opens, and what you see are two rough and tumble looking halflings.
Yeah.
One carrying a sword, the other carrying a club, and they kind of come out. They throw this door open. There they are. Our two little
Amazing.
halflings standing in front
Yeah,
of
they
Civ.
look rough.
Freaking cool.
Yeah. Clearly, there's a bed behind them. It's disheveled. The other end of the chain through the wall there, and they come out alarmed. They think, of course, they're about to have to lay some discipline on the sea hag that has been moving around, and they come face to face with you, startled. So, Civ, go.
So I had already drawn my rapier to sneak up to the door. So as soon as they open the door, I'm going to take the hilt of my rapier and pop the first halfling right in the face.
Oh my gosh.
All right. Roll me an attack. You have advantage from the Carson.
That's it?
Yep.
Oh!
What?
Quick!
Thank you, Carson. And I needed that. A 14?
Does not hit.
Shoot.
Fast.
So yeah, they open the door and kind of run out, and you perhaps expected someone taller, maybe you weren't quite as sober as you thought. You just do a swing with the hilt of your rapier, and it misses.
Can I say something as well?
Sure.
I'll look down at them and say, Whitebeard sent us for the hag.
And you see eyes get wide. It is Lily's turn.
Okay. I'm not feeling anything, actually. I'm feeling very numb. So I see them come out. And we haven't met either. I guess I didn't go to the hag, so I don't even know anything about any of this.
I think you went the first time.
Yeah, you were there the first time. Everybody
That's right.
went
I
the
was
first
there
time.
the first time, but we didn't. Did we meet one of these guys?
Probably.
Yeah, one of the guys you do recognize from the first time you were there, but you only had seen one at that time.
I'm gonna go up to him. So I'm gonna walk up and just put my hands on his shoulders because we're similar heights, right?
Yeah.
And be like, let's just hold up. Let's just talk about this. We can figure out something, and no one has to get hurt at all.
Okay.
Okay? It just be you and us talking, and we will have a conversation, and then poof, everyone's happy.
All right, so move our little Lily mini up adjacent to our halfling.
I like how
There
she's
you go.
wobbling back and forth because she's drunk.
Yeah, she's a little tipsy. And you extend your arms. Is that where you want to be, Katie?
Yeah. If
Okay.
that's the one I know. Honestly, I probably don't know which one I know. I just
Well,
think
They look surprisingly
Similar?
very similar, as if they might be related. And it's hard to determine which one you actually saw and which one just looks like the one you saw. And maybe even for you with your natural one on the drunk test, you might think you are seeing double at a certain point, you know?
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
it's a bit confusing because this door swung open, they come running out. Civ took a swing with the hilt of his dagger, missed, and now there's these two that look very, very similar to one another.
Okay, and so I'm gonna be kind of doing this as I walk up to them and having this conversation, and then I'm gonna attempt charm person on this one. I'm also kind of looking to my side because I'm not sure that's another halfling or not.
All right. Charm person requires a save from me, is that right?
Yeah, wisdom save.
All right.
Good move.
Well,
Can you
that
charm them
is-
both?
I don't.
That's a
think
15.
So. Oh, dang it! It's 15.
No.
Cheating dice. Cheating digital dice.
Actually, that's not even true. I added the wrong number. It was actually 19 or 18. Excuse me.
Ah.
Oh.
Okay.
Don't play with us like that.
Oh yeah, if I use, I don't think I have any second level spell slots. You can at higher levels
Got it.
target more people. But yeah.
Good to know.
All right. So Lily comes up, puts her arms on the shoulders of this crazed halfling that just ducked under a swing from Civ, and you're like, we can do it. And he's yelling about Whitebeard, and there's a bit of chaos and crazy in his head. And then you try to charm him, and he clearly is in no state to feel like you're friends. It's the middle of the night. People just broke into his house, you might think, or building.
Hovel.
What's
Yeah.
the house made out of? Brick?
Wood.
Wood?
Yeah.
Wood. Good.
Uh-oh.
No, no reason.
All right.
Uh-oh.
So we are up to Ugo's turn, and then James, and then Fahima.
Jeff,
Yes, sir.
Ugo's gonna rage, and
Weren't you already raging? Because you raged from the
oh
chain,
yeah, you're
right.
right. You're correct.
Yeah.
You're correct.
Yeah.
I did rage with the rage. Never mind. So I'm great. Don't have to use the bonus action to do that. So Ugo's going to move between the space between Lily and Civ, and attempt to grapple the halfling.
Okay. All right. So you run through the curtain, you drop the chain, run through the curtain, around the corner, and attempt to grapple the halfling.
I already tried hugging him, Ugo. It doesn't like it.
It's a different hug. The grapple is a.
Oh wait, hang on a second. Let me see. You've got. Oh, I forgot. That last one, I had advantage and disadvantage. I had advantage from change box countered by Scully as my homegirl.
Nice.
So that didn't change my. But Ugo, you have advantage from TK421 countered by MacSat01. And I have another advantage from change box countered by Scully as my homegirl as well. So this is a contest of strength.
Yep.
And I just rolled a 15.
22.
22.
Yep.
All right, so you grab onto that halfling.
I'm going to use the rest of my movement to move back to the sea hag and
gosh.
take the halfling's head and force him to look at her
Okay. All right.
and say, "Look what you have done!"
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
So they both move.
He's gonna wish he had just been hit in the face with my rapier,
Yeah. I know.
or agreed to
Fix it.
Lily's demands.
I
And
tried
I don't.
to-
Another
Just
one
to
where.
when I'm determining size categories, I'm a size larger than I am, and he's small, so it makes me 2 sizes larger than. I have normal movement when that's the case. I'm
Okay.
grappling
Well,
someone.
I mean, you have plenty of.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah.
All right, so you're gonna push his face at the sea hag. His eyes are closed and squinting, and he's pulling his face back, clearly not knowing the what's at stake here, and not wanting to look. And you hear, Ugo, the sea hag. Obviously, you're attempting to not look at her as well,
yes,
right?
yeah. I'm looking at the back of this guy's head and putting
Yeah.
it between me and her face. Obviously.
Right. So you're pushing that head and not looking, and the sea hag turns, and you hear her go, "Open your eyes, open your eyes."
Oh God.
And this little man. So he's got his eyes
Sure. Yep.
pressed shut.
Yep. I figured that would probably be the case.
Okay. So
Two kidney shots later may not be the case, though.
no, may not be the case. Okay. We are up to
We could pull
James.
some Clockwork Orange action, and someone could hold his eyelids open.
Yeah,
Oh my god.
messed up.
Right. Right.
We're turning into Whitebeard's actual
Yeah. This is not.
roadies.
I warned you all. No one listened to me.
So the chain goes through the wall into where the halflings just ran out of. The double door at the top of the screen, as you said, is where we ran in. Correct.
That's the front entrance of the building. Yes.
Okay, got it. Are the white spaces along the right, or those are windows?
No, there are no windows in this building.
Okay.
Those are like shelves on the side. That's
Got it.
about all they are. Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, got it. All right. Well, seeing, not knowing where this is going, but needing to buy us some time, James starts running over towards Civ and Lily, and as he does so, he would like to, looking at this halfling and going, "Sorry about this," and banishment
Oh my
on
gosh.
the halfling.
Okay.
Wakes up
That's-
from a nap.
Gonna give him
Gone.
a timeout.
All right.
That's over by us.
Yep.
Oh wow.
That
okay.
on that halfling, the one that Ugo doesn't have.
This is another one of those situations where you guys aren't going to see all the cool stuff I prepared. All right. So banishment,
Charisma saving throw.
charisma.
Yep.
God, I'm worried these guys don't have any of that.
How close do you have to be to cast that, James?
Pretty 60 feet. I'm fine.
Oh, you're fine.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have advantage from change box, countered by fall star. And I rolled a 4.
All right. So yes, I'm rushing over there, and You guys watch as this halfling right in front of you seems to get swallowed by the shadows from behind him.
Okay.
Like Cloak from Cloak and Dagger, basically.
No, yeah.
Literally, like he just gets whoom, and then he's gone.
Great reference.
All right.
And I am using all of my movement to head towards that door to get a look at that chain to free the hag.
Okay.
Inside the room?
Yes.
Okay.
My movement pretty much would probably get me right there. Yeah, pretty much like right to the door.
All right. That brings us to
And
Fahima.
I will turn to Civ and Lily and go, we've got 1 minute. Come on, let's go.
Wait. I knew there's only one.
My reaction too is
James looks very intense.
Yeah. I mean, what just happened here is a door opened, Civ took a swing, Lily went up and put her hands on somebody, and then out of the curtain slides open, out comes a raging Uggo who picks up this little person, pulls him over to the hag and says, "Look at it!" And the hag's like, "Yeah, look at it." And then James runs over from across the room, and the other one falls into a hole of black death.
Death?
Well,
He'll
you're
be
right.
fine.
Not
as
death.
far as we know, it's Black Death.
Yeah.
Yeah. You guys have never seen me successfully do this before, so you can think whatever you want.
Honestly, as far as I know, there's only one person.
I'm too
All
busy.
right, so we're up
Try
to
not to look at
Fahima's
a hag.
turn.
Okay. I want to try. Oh, I'm muted.
Yeah, you're good now.
Mm-mm.
Oh, I'm sorry,
what?
I didn't hear it.
No, I hear. Yeah, she sounds fine.
I was like, oh shoot, wait, no, it's not. I'm gonna try to use my benign transposition feature to swap spots with the hag.
Ooh.
And I don't know if it will work or not because we don't know the nature of these chains, but I want to at least try.
We saw that they didn't seem to be magical, so.
Yeah?
Yeah, and
Okay.
I'll back up into this room. I'm pointing at my screen, you can't see that. Into the greater room, so that she has more space to.
So you want
get
to
out
move?
once it's
You want to move
swapped.
past the curtain? You're saying past the curtain into the larger room to the top of the
Yeah,
screen?
it's swung open though, right?
Yeah,
we can
I'm just
see out
asking-
of it a little bit.
I'm just trying to be
yes,
clear
yes.
what you're doing.
Yeah.
Okay. So you will first move. Just describe how far past the curtain you want to go, so we can get your mini moving.
Let's see, 5, 10, 15, about 20 feet
Okay. So
north.
kind of even with the hearth there.
Yeah-ish. Yeah, I need to stay within 30 feet of her, and then I will attempt to do the swap.
Okay. And what does that require?
It just says I can choose a space within range. If the creature is willing, you both teleport, swapping places. And so I might say to her before, Lady of the Sea, I'm going to try to swap with you, so I might be in the chains, all right? So, with your permission.
Okay.
Oof.
And so you run past the curtain as Uggo is holding the face of this halfling toward the hag, and she's staring at him. You hear that squishy, wet sound as you run past it, and you turn. And what does it say you have to do?
It's not a save. It's just she has to be
Just
willing.
an action. Just an
You
action.
have to point at the creature?
I have to be able to see her.
So you're going to look at her.
I just have to be able to see her.
Well,
Right.
Yeah, I'm not going to look
See
into her eyes.
eye to eye.
Okay.
I'll look at her feet. I don't know.
So you look down you follow the length of chain, and you start at her feet, and you see this sort of sickly green looking foot with long, dirty, half broken toenails, and you follow it up to naked ankles and a tattered gown that she's wearing. And a gown's the wrong word, but a dress skirt that she's wearing looks almost, it's drenched and almost made of seaweed itself. It looks like it's just slick and reflective even in the darkness of the room, and you follow that up sort of midway up, and you see her hands at her sides, long, thin, bony fingers with, again, long fingernails, broken, dirty, jagged. And as you make your way up, all of a sudden you see the face of this halfling staring right at you, looking right at it. And you see the eyes closed, and you're staring right at it, and you feel this chain around your neck.
Oh, it worked!
It did work.
Oh my god! Okay, so
things just got a lot more interesting.
All right, so I'll say
Oh, look, the swapsies.
if you can escape, please, by all means, do. If you can hang out a little bit longer, I can make you invisible.
Yeah. I can hang out. No, no.
Literally have no plan.
If you could just like chill here for another 6 times 5 seconds.
All right, so that completes your turn. We are to the halfling who actually.
Do we see that, Jeff?
I mean, you see. I mean, if you're looking at where Fahima was, if you saw Fahima run out into the center of the room from behind the curtain, basically the three of you saw. I mean, James is running toward the room, right? He's running toward the chain, but you just saw the halfling that you tried to swing your hilt at get carried into a room. Around the corner, you can't quite see past the curtain. And then you see Fahima run past the curtain and stand there and turn, and in a flash, she becomes the sea hag.
Okay.
And I'll also say, I'll go.
Whose turn is it?
I'm going
I would
to
like.
the key.
I would like Lily to roll a wisdom saving throw.
At disadvantage.
With disadvantage. You had advantage from Lily Dumblebay countered by Grimfaded, but this will be at disadvantage because you're drunk.
Oh no.
What am I rolling?
We got a
Wisdom.
We got a loose hag on the loose.
I got a natural 1.
Okay. So
Listen, this is what kills Lily. It's alcohol.
you become as Fahima runs out, you're still a little disoriented. Boy, no one has seen you.
Moving so fast.
Yeah, no one has seen you drunk. I mean, you have won drinking contests. You are Lily Dumblestuck, and somehow, some way tonight, woo! And you tried to talk to this guy, and then Uggo came and picked him up and took him into the other room, and then you see Fahima run out from that thing, and you look at her like, what is going? And as soon as you look at her, she turns into the sea hag, and you look deep into the face of this creature, withered, shriveled. She's got thin wisps of hair falling down over her face. I mean, have you seen The Ring? You know, the little girl from The Ring? It's like a grown-up version of that, right? It's mostly hair that you see hanging down. It's thin, it's in clumps, it's almost dirty and matted and wet. It's so wet, soggy and dripping, somehow impossibly wet. Although all of you are wet from the rain, but she hasn't been out in the rain. She's still just wet inside. And as you stare at that hair all matted together, you see eyes look out from them immediately. Big, dark, green eyes, emerald green, and they stare at you, and you see deep into her face. You see it almost morph and change before your eyes. It like sucks in, you know. It's almost like it's inhaling. The skin is inhaling, and you feel frightened in a way that you haven't felt. It is terrifying to look at her, and then you can't breathe, and you fall over on the ground, and you are in death saving throws.
What? No, I
You're
did
at
this.
0 hit points.
Oh my god.
You're at 0 hit points. I don't know if anybody else, what everybody else perhaps saw. I don't know if the folks behind the curtain are aware of this as much, but certainly Civ and maybe even James. James, actually, you're heading toward that.
Maybe peripheral vision. I just saw Lily drop, but
Right.
yeah. Okay.
Civ, you certainly see Lily. I mean, you avert your gaze because you know that the hag has just changed positions with Fahima, but you hear a thud and a gasp, and Lily is next to you on the ground, and she looks like her face, her neck is bulging, the veins in her neck are thick, and her eyes,
God.
her face looks pale. She looks like she's not getting any air or breath, and she is gasping. So we are up to the halfling's turn.
Oh my god.
And he...
You weren't gonna let me get away with this swapping spots so easily, huh?
Hey, honestly, you did get away with it. It's literally the two natural ones that Katie rolled that did it. It's not your fault.
Yeah.
I feel like it's my fault.
not your fault.
There. I killed Lily.
I'm not dead yet.
Just focus.
That's mostly dead.
Hold it together.
I didn't even see that. I assume unless somebody screams, Lily.
It's not my turn yet.
All right, so as this happens, the the halfling opens his eyes, hearing commotion and a thud behind him, sees that it's not the sea hag in the neck chain anymore, and he's still being grappled by Ugo, so he's going to attempt to break the grapple. And move, I think. Wait, where's my...
Strength or acrobatics, right?
Yeah, he's got a lot of that. A lot of acrobatics. Dexterity. So... Man. Windows has got to stop the thing where you move your cursor to the corner and it minimizes all your windows. Okay, here we go. Oh, that was good. That is a 23.
19.
Okay. So he breaks the grapple, and...
It's going great. This is going great.
What would he do? What would he do?
Run?
He is going to stab at your leg, Ugo,
Great.
with his knife. That is... Well, that's a good roll, too. That is a very high. 24.
That hits, for sure.
And 10 points of damage, and you
Just piercing.
Piercing. right?
piercing damage. Yeah,
Half
you
is
have
attack
that right.
damage.
And roll me a Dex saving throw, please. You have advantage from TK421.
Is this a... Oh, I have advantage. Okay, I have advantage also if I can see them on dex saving throws, but from Barbarian. But okay. Nice. 17.
Okay. So he slashes at your leg, and you feel a sharp pain down low before, because he's a halfling.
Right.
And he's going to start running. I'm assuming you're going to take your attack of opportunity.
For sure.
All right.
Do I have advantage or no?
You do. Advantage from Scully is my homegirl.
Thank you, Scully is my homegirl. 21.
That's a hit.
He stops where his
Right.
movement becomes 0.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to get the 14 points of damage.
Woof. Okay. Well, that's all he can do because he can't move. So, and his friend is banished, and that lasts 10
For a minute.
rounds.
Yep.
For a minute, yeah.
Okay.
No saves.
So we're back to Civ.
So I see Lily drop. I immediately stop everything that I was planning on doing or whatever I thought was happening. And I'm going to lean down, scoop her up, and then if James will let me, I will carry her past James into that room.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
You
I'll
know what-
say, and
You know
I'll
what? Wait,
s-
hang on a second. I should have had the sea hag move because she's free now. So before, we'll do that. But before you go, what's the sea hag? Actually, the sea hag is just going to stand here and watch right now.
Oh,
She's
boy.
standing and watching. So go ahead and tell me what you're doing, Siv. You're
Okay.
scooping her up?
Yeah, so sheathing the rapier, scooping up Lily, and I'm going to audibly shout so that everyone can hear, Lily! She's choking! And then I'll run into the room that the two halflings came out of carrying her.
Okay.
And then
Go ahead.
I'd like to take her to the opposite end of that room. So I'm pointing at the screen now. The opposite end of that room. So essentially the farthest corner away into the room.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does to me, but I'm not the important one.
Okay.
You're talking adjacent to the bed there?
Yes.
Okay.
The furthest corner. So just taking her all the way into the corner.
All right.
There we go. Oh, they're moving simultaneously. I didn't think they could do
Oh,
that.
amazing.
Wow.
And then,
Amazing.
So, Jeff, I don't know clarification-wise, equipment-wise. I had a potion of healing in my old body. Does the sellsword have a potion of healing?
Remember, you had all arrived on the island, the deserted island. You'd all had one potion of healing
Great.
on you. I think
Okay.
someone used one already.
I used
Yeah.
one.
Okay. Then I will use my potion of healing on Lily.
Okay.
And I'll essentially cradle her and her head up, and then slowly pour the healing potion into her mouth so that she can hopefully swallow it.
Okay. So, Lily, you're holding your mouth open. You are on death's door. You're almost unconscious, but you kind of perceive what's happening to you. It's almost as if you're in a state of paralysis. You feel the splash of liquid on your mouth, and you see some go down. Some comes splashing out of her mouth, down her chin, but some clearly does get in her throat. Help me out, guys. Any healing in death saving throws, you're back to 0 hit points. Is that right? You're stabilized.
You take you get the healing.
You're auto stabilized, and you take.
You do get the healing. Okay, so
Yes.
roll the
2d4 plus 2.
2d4.
I'm gonna
plus
let Katie roll it.
Okay.
Oh my god, I forgot about healing potions. Here I am, like, she's the only one who can heal.
Potions.
You said 2d4 plus 2?
Yes.
So 7.
All right. So you have 7 hit points.
Oof, okay.
And I would like to shield her body with my body. So if the hag or a halfling decides to come into this room and attack, they're gonna have to go through me.
Okay.
Nice. Okay.
And that's my turn.
All right. So Lily, it is your turn. You have 7 hit points. You find yourself, I guess, on the floor adjacent to this bed, and Siv is holding you, attempting to get some healing potion in your mouth. Some has fallen out of your mouth. You feel it sort of sticky and thick on your neck and on your blouse, and but you do feel you are back to consciousness. You can breathe again. You have 7 hit points. You're very not in a great state, but you are awake and conscious.
She's still
Am I
drunk?
still drunk?
I mean, a little
Probably
bit.
a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that would jolt you into a state
Yeah.
of panic.
Are you all right?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. I just
You passed out.
I know that, but that's all I remember. I looked at her and then I
looked at the hag?
I didn't. She was right there. It was Fahima, and then it was the hag. I didn't.
Okay, just stay calm. Hide yourself. And I'm gonna, if there's like a bedding or whatever, I'm holding that out for you to essentially hide it.
Okay. Should I use my? I have this healing potion. Should I use this now?
Yes.
Okay. Because I had mine. I haven't
Sure.
used it yet.
Yeah, you
so
can.
I'll
You
use that.
can use yours. Roll that. I'll you'll be next.
Okay.
So that's another 9 points. So that's good.
That's something.
Yeah. So I'm hiding underneath the
The
blanket.
covers of this disheveled
Yeah.
bed. Yeah. It smells like raw fish and these are two fishermen that live here. This place kind of smells bad, and they perhaps didn't shower before they, got into bed. It's not pleasant, but it's certainly someplace you can hide. I want to take a second and thank the people that are giving us love. Hey Blinken. Oh, that's funny. Dasmer, Burr Ice, Snake Lady 101, Thoric 1, Damon 7, Anthropomorphic Muppet, Red Robin, and others. Thank you so much for those. We appreciate them very much. Sorry, were you going to say something, Katie?
Siv,
Yes.
it smells so bad under here.
Just stay calm and try not to breathe it in too much.
Okay. Okay.
Ugo, you're up.
Ugo, hearing that Lily is choking,
Yep.
He's going to grapple the halfling.
Okay.
Do you have advantage or not?
You do. I have advantage from Z-Man 9018, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay. The grapple is a 19.
All right. I have advantage from Fallstar, countered by Changebox. And mine is a 16. What did you say yours was?
19.
Yep. All right. So you grapple
yep.
him once again as he had just slashed at your
Yep.
knee and calf.
Right. I'm going to run around the room into the doorway, seeing James look in that doorway.
Into the room that we're in right now?
Yes.
Okay.
With the halfling in your hands?
In tow, yep.
All right.
We had a plan,
Did we?
and now we have a different plan.
When he gets to the door, he can see that she's laying there on the bed. He's gonna
Well,
look
she's
at,
hiding under the covers, so you see a
Right.
lump.
I mean, you see me standing over something that obviously looks like a gnome hiding under the covers, so-
he looks at the halfling and says, "What did you do?" And he's going to slam the halfling into the wall.
Okay. So this is the wall inside the room?
No, I'm going to stand right next to James. I'll stay right
Okay.
out
like
the
the
doorway.
like the door jam, maybe?
Yeah, the door jam. Yeah.
Got it.
All right.
I love all these minis. They look like they're dancing together when the two
Yeah,
move
they
at the same
do.
time.
Like ghost
Man,
dancers.
I cannot believe you guys banished that. There's such cool stuff that we're never going to get to see.
Hey,
so
just
sorry.
count the rounds. You don't know what's gonna happen, man. Count the
10 rounds.
rounds.
We're going to last 10 rounds.
I figured it would just be on like
Only
a
been one.
an
We have a
unarmed
loose
strike,
sea hag that's just hanging out.
Who's
And
our
Fahima's-
friend? Kinda.
Fahima's in a chained collar.
All right.
Where are we gonna go?
So you slam him into the wall. You're attempting to do damage here or just going to restrain him?
right? Yeah, I figured it would be like unarmed strike.
Yeah, go for it.
Like I punched him, so it's just 6.
Yeah. Okay. That's still, it still rocks him. And he, you're so much bigger than he is. He's not he's not a fragile person, but
Right,
he's
right.
certainly
Well, and now the
Smaller than
ancestors are out and swarming around him. So
right. Okay.
make it even more like.
Yeah. I'll go very angry.
Yep.
James, your turn.
I standing at that doorway, seeing what Civ just did with Lily. I'm looking at the chain on the other side of the wall. What is the mechanism that the chain is like held on the other side of this
The
wall?
fastener.
So here's the thing. So as I tried to describe last week, it's a little confusing perhaps, but it is big, thick iron chain links like you would find on a anchor on a ship,
Yeah.
fed through a metal bracket, and every so long on the chain there are larger links that won't fit through, so it can go a certain distance and then it will hit the metal
Right.
bracket in the wall, right?
Okay, got it. Understood. So there's not like a lock to be picked really or anything like that.
The lock would be on the neck
Got
harness
it.
that's now currently on Fahima.
Got it. Okay.
Wait, so we could
Base-
see a spot where the lock key could go in?
On the neck, yes.
On
On the
neck,
collar.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
on
on
the
the collar. Yeah.
Let's hope the key isn't in the hands of the guy who's currently been banished to
We
another.
don't need no stinking key.
You don't need no stinking key.
Where's the key? In another dimension? Okay, got it. I see that, and I'm getting the sense that this is all falling apart very quickly, so I'm going to fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at the wall where the chain is kind of, being restrained.
Okay.
So pop,
So you can just
pop.
roll damage on that.
Sure. Oh, 14, 22 points of force damage.
Wow.
Yeah,
My
they
gosh.
definitely make an impact, and the wood is splintered and breaking. That metal bracket and the chains themselves don't seem to have been particularly adversely affected by it, but the wood wall around it is breaking. It's going to take a lot more than that to bust through this whole wall.
Sure.
But given enough time, you probably could.
Okay, got it. Anything else to be seen in this room besides the bed? Is there like a shelf?
There is. You'll notice that light space on the left-hand wall here.
Yes.
That's a shelf. It does seem to have some personal effects on it.
Okay.
This clearly, it seems pretty obvious looking through this door that this is not a permanent residence. That this
Right.
is a sleeping chamber for people who are set up to guard someone. Right? It's you got the shift at the Sea Hag place, so there's a bed there, but
Okay.
there's not much
and a
else.
hole in the ground.
If you'll allow
Yeah.
me, just with the last bit, turning to the halfling that Uggo has restrained, saying, "Who do you work for?"
Ourselves.
Right. Good to know. Thanks. Okay. Yeah, and that's probably it. I'm keeping like my eye on the hag's foot.
Yeah.
Trying to see what she's doing, but no, yeah, that's about it.
Okay, Fahima, you're up.
Right. So, actually, can you go back to the other view? Yeah, I need to see the squares on the map. I'm gonna do my best to use my movement to, with whatever remaining length of the chain I have left, move as close as I can to her and reach out with my hand, so that I can touch her with an invisibility spell.
Okay. Yeah, you
And
can
I'll
walk.
keep my gaze averted down. of
You
course.
basically can walk 5 feet past the curtain. That's
Okay.
kind of how it's designed, right? So they bring people in here, they pay their money, they open the curtain. She walks out a couple of feet and does her thing. That's about it. So that's about how far you
this
can
is
move
just
now.
a carny show gone terribly wrong? Is that
Yeah.
what you're saying, Jeff?
Yes.
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of what we said. She was like a like a freak show.
It's a couple of fishermen who caught themselves a sea hag and
no.
made some cash with it. That's what it is.
Oh,
Wow.
We're gonna get their reckoning. So my gaze is averted down, and I'll reach out my hand to her, and I'll say, "Please, take my hand. I'll make you invisible, and you can escape from here."
Invisible?
That's terrifying.
Not my first time. All right. She's looking at you. Look at that.
Ooh.
Super creepy.
Oh, so you're
Super creepy.
again, Fahima. You're looking at haggard toes, ankles of sickly green, these toenails hanging over this sort of dripping drip sound of water cascading off of whatever garment she's wearing.
In serious need of a pedicure.
Seriously, and everything else. A full skincare regimen probably would be good.
And just because I feel like very nervous around you right now, Jeff, I'm just gonna say that I'm protecting Meep's gaze as well.
I love it.
She's inside the coat.
Okay. All right. So you close your eyes and reach your hand out, and you feel the back of another hand, bony fingers, slick, moist, this awful coldness that seems unnatural. And you slide your hand up the arm. You feel some kind of wet garment that you move past, and you put your hand all the way on her shoulder as you stand very close together, and you hear the breathing. You feel this this kind of weird warmth. There's a moisture in the air as well. It seems very strange to be this close to this creature, and you can cast your spell.
Okay. Cast invisibility on the hag.
Okay. And
I'm also hoping this does the double duty of, like, you know, not people won't be able to look in her gaze.
it's
I was
kind
gonna
of
say,
it's
wait
kind
a
of brilliant.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Or does it mean we'll be looking her in the eye and not
I
even...
know. I think you'd think though that it would be
Right.
to
She's-
save us.
She's just walking around the room like,
Right, seriously.
you.
yeah. No, she disappears in a blink like that.
Oh, that was so good.
Yeah, amazing. And
She
you,
could be anywhere.
Fahima, you look down and you still see this wet
Wow.
puddle on the ground there.
This is turning into a horror movie really
and-
quickly.
And you see in that wetness, there's sort of a depression where 2 feet seem to be standing. And that completes your turn.
Oof.
Follow the puddle.
Follow the puddle. So we are up to
Run from the puddle.
our halfling's turn. What can this guy even do? He's gonna try to break the grapple again. He wants to
Oh.
survive. Well, he's gonna say, what do you want? What do you want?
Uggo looks at James. What do you want?
Freedom for all imprisoned creatures.
Yeah!
When do we want it? No, sorry.
Everybody goes, yeah.
Yeah! Right now!
Okay, freedom
We
for all.
want an end to injustice, my friend.
You've let her free. What have you done? He's gonna try to break the grapple again and rolls a 2. I had advantage from Grimfated, countered by Reloader 68. So he does not break the grapple, I'm assuming, unless you roll a 1, Ron.
Do I have a advantage?
You have advantage from Funky G Macman, so unless you roll 2 ones.
Thank you, Funny G Backman. No, I rolled a 21.
Yeah. So he's squirming around, and you're kind of holding him, against that wall in the air. He's, what have you done with my brother? Just completely.
He's actually doing better than you are at the moment. It's fine.
So that means it's up to the Sea Hag's turn, and all that you notice is the sound of squishing and some drips of water appearing on the wood planks that serve as a floor in this building. And we are up to Siv's turn.
Okay.
Terrifying. I have
We don't
no
see. Is she moving?
It certainly sounds like there's movement, but it's hard to determine where. And you see like drips of water farther, closer toward the front door. But
we're not in that room, so
yeah, Lily, you would know. But certainly Fahima would see, drips of water. But it's hard to tell based on that where. It's not like there's a
Okay.
clear trail.
Okay, so I see Uggo obviously has this halfling, smashed him in the face once, and they're obviously questioning him, and that seems to be handled, and James seems to be doing okay with all of that. What is happening in this immediate room? Is that an exit that I see to the left?
No, that's a shelf.
Oh. So this is we're trapped in here.
Yes, there's one exit and one entrance to this building. It's the one that you let everybody into, and then there's of course the chimney that you entered here through.
Right.
Other than that, there's no windows and no doors. It is meant to be a place that holds a thing that's pretty scary.
Right, like warehouse. I get it.
Yeah.
So, what is in this immediate room besides the bed and the bedding? Is there anything else in here in the chain?
As I said, there's that shelf, and it has some personal effects, but nothing that looks particularly
Valuable.
or interesting. Yeah, it's
Okay.
it's that kinds of things that someone would bring to spend the night someplace.
Okay, then I have no idea what happened with. Wait, no, I do know that Fahima switched places with the hag. So
We probably guessed that.
yeah, the chain in this room, the room that I'm currently in, is that connected to the wall or the floor?
It is connected. It is fed through that wall, and it is loose on this side and loose on the other side, but it can't be pulled all the way
because
through.
of the, I get it, because of the brackets.
Yeah.
Right.
All right, well then I'm just going to, I hate to leave Lily, but I'm going to cross over to James and say, we need to leave.
Yes, I agree. Our job is done. We got to get out of here.
What are we doing with this guy?
And then I look around. I don't see the sea hag. Do I see Fahima collared?
She's standing beyond the curtain, so you could see her from the doorway, yeah.
Okay. When I realize that, I will spend the rest of my turn crossing over to Fahima and taking out my picks.
Okay.
And that'll be my turn. Is starting to pick the lock.
Okay. So we're up to Lily. You're
Okay.
still under the covers in the bed.
Under the covers in the bed, still honestly pretty drunk. I'm gonna roll over to the side on my side, and I'm gonna cast. Now that I've kind of gotten a little bit of healing, still not feeling good at all. I'm gonna cast Healing Spirit. I have one spell slot left to do that.
Okay.
So that I'm gonna cast. So Grammy Dumblestuck is right next to me under the covers.
Oh, that's adorable. You roll over and see her.
I roll over and I'll be like, Grammy, I don't feel good.
It's okay, baby. Just relax.
And so then that'll stay there. And I have to maintain concentration, so if I take any more damage, but then I get 1d6 hit points around, basically.
Okay. So that completes your turn?
Yeah.
Ago, up to you. You're still grappling the halfling, who's very scared and unhappy.
Ugo sees that Civ is helping Fahima. Good. And then looks at James and says, "What are we doing with him?"
Tie him up. I don't know. Do you have anything?
Yeah, I got rope, but I need it. I could just knock him out.
I mean, something. Just restrain him if you can possibly knock him out, I guess.
I'll go.
What?
We could put him in this.
It's a great idea.
Very fitting.
Poetic justice.
Mostly, I just didn't want him to be awake when somebody comes wondering.
Well, his friend is going to be back here in about 48 seconds, so...
That's very specific.
It's very specific.
Okay, so Ugo walks over to Civ and keeping the grapple on the halfling, and it's clearly like talks to the halfling and says, "Now you're gonna go in and change and see how you like it."
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy. All right.
If I was the halfling, I would take that over getting pummeled into unconsciousness by the orc any day.
Yeah, that or I pummel you into unconsciousness.
We all wait 5 rounds while Ugo knocks him unconscious.
And
All
he'll
right.
shake him violently and be like, "Stop resisting me!"
Yeah. Yeah. He's in your in your sway. You know he can't your movement is his movement. So. That completes your turn. We'll move to James. Are you doing anything?
Can I roll a perception check to try to tell where the sea hag is?
Yeah, you can. You certainly can try.
I'll try. Yeah.
Yeah, you've got advantage from Locomotive 1134, but it was countered by Grimfaded.
Thanks, Locomotive and Grimfaded. 14.
There's certainly water splotches on the ground, but you guys traipsed water in here too from the rain, so it's hard to know what water was created by her and what water was brought in by your, traipsing through the rain and walking through the front door.
Okay.
So she could still be in the room. The door hasn't opened, so she's still probably in the room. You just have no idea where.
I'm going to start. I'll cover our exit, and I will start moving towards that door.
Okay.
Perception check was probably my action, so I'll get most of the way to the door, but only 30 feet.
Okay. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So you get about, still about 10
Yeah.
15 feet away.
So yeah, I am. It is my intention basically to make sure there are no like patrol outside, no one who's been alarmed by the noise,
Right.
anything like that.
Okay. So we're up to Fahima, still in chains.
Yeah. While Civ's undoing my my collar, so I'll just I'll wait for him to finish doing that so we can put the halfling in there.
Okay. Do you want to prepare anything or ready anything?
I guess. Well, you lose your prepared spell, huh? If you don't use it.
Yes.
So, no, I won't. But I will say, Ugo, we're going to need the key, so he can't get himself out. Do you think you could reach in and grab it? Is Lily okay, Civ?
I think so, yes.
Was it the sea hag?
Yes.
Wait, the sea hag did that to her?
I think she looked at her, yes.
When I swapped spots with her, I wasn't thinking.
It's fine. We just need to go.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. It is the halfling's turn. He's going to attempt to break the grapple again. This guy just trying to escape.
Oh
He thinks
my
he's going to
God.
die.
Let's just kill him.
I have advantage from Bingle and Flames, countered by Cold Candor. This time he rolled a 16.
17.
Oh, man.
Very close.
Can't get
I
away.
didn't have advantage. I assumed I didn't have advantage.
Oh, that's right. You had advantage from Reloader 68, countered by Grim Fated. So, he is continuing to struggle. Can't get your hands off his neck and body's completely overpowered right now. And
Don't wrestle an orc.
That-
that's the
Give him the
moral of that
old
lesson.
grapple banish.
that is all you are aware of as happening.
Yes.
So we're back up to Civ.
I am going to try to pick this lock as
All right.
quickly as I can.
Advantage from Angel Devilson, countered by Grim Fated.
Okay.
Get it.
Pick that
Ah,
lock.
son of a... That's only a 13.
Yeah, you're attempting to do it, and Fahima, you're looking down at him like, is this happening as easily as normally with you, Civ? And you're not able to quite get it.
Civ,
I just say, wrong tool, and I pull out another pick and start over again.
look, just so you know, I could do the swap thing again if I need to.
With who? The halfling?
Yes.
Yes, do it. Do it now.
I need to cast a conjuration spell first, and then it sort of recharges. It's a whole wizard.
You don't have to
kind of thing.
explain it to me. Just do it.
All right.
This is a weird. I don't know what that word, but this is weird.
Will that break your concentration on the invisibility or no?
No, as long as I don't cast another concentration spell.
Cool.
But good God, my only conjuration spells are high level fire spells. So we'll see what happens.
Yikes.
Doesn't he also have to be willing?
Oh.
That's a good point. If the creature is willing, yes.
Oh yeah.
I just
Yeah.
turn
So you wouldn't be
over.
able to-
I just
Oh,
turn over
yeah.
to Ugo
He's
and
not
say,
going to be willing.
knock him out. Just knock him out, please.
Okay.
Does that count as willing, Jeff?
Unconscious? I don't
Yeah.
think so. I think willing is an active verb, right?
Yeah.
It is, yes.
Really? How do you resist if you're unconscious?
There's a difference between non-resistant and willing.
I agree. Yeah. I think it means you have to agree to, you have to, concede rather than just have it happen to you,
All right.
All right, I just remembered from my spell book. I actually can't do that. So I can just do the thing where I turn into lightning and I get out of this swell. I just can't swap.
I
Alright.
immediately start backing away.
No, it's all right. It's better
I'll go
if you
holds
just
the
do it.
halfling out, kind of.
We need to get it open anyway to get his neck in here.
Oh.
All right. As long as you promise not to turn into lightning.
Only if you don't succeed this time, and then I'll do it.
No
right.
pressure.
Lily.
You can do it, Civ. I believe
Just,
in you.
if you fail again, back up really quick.
Oh, all right.
Lily, you take your healing for being nuzzled up next to Grammy.
Yeah, at this point, Grammy, I'm having like a full-on conversation with her because I'm feeling a lot better. So I'm like, here's the crazy thing. We're back in time, but like we're having this debate. And I know this isn't really you, but like if we kill someone here, does that affect the future? Ugh, I wish you were real.
I wish I was real too, sweetie.
Can you give real advice?
No.
That's not part of the spell.
Oh, Grammy.
So I'm just at this point. I'm
Would you
actually
like some
feeling,
healing?
Yeah, I'll take it. At this point, I'm like kind of on my propped up on my elbow. I'm feeling a lot better just having a chat with Grammy.
Okay. So we can. I mean, there's not. Basically, what's going to happen is this guy's going to keep squirming and try to free himself. I don't know what else he could possibly do. He's just.
Well, he's not going to do much because I'm going to start constricting his airway, so he
Oh
passes.
boy. All right, I'll go. Is that what you would like to do? You want to kind of try
Yeah.
to
Oh
pass,
yeah.
make it pass out?
Yep.
All right. Let's just do another contest of strength and see how
Cool.
that goes. You have
You're
advantage.
raging.
I mean,
You're
yeah. I mean,
raging.
ultimately, I could just knock him in the head a bunch, but I mean, it's
Yeah.
up to you. Yeah, it's up to you. I don't want to make it just hammer until he's unconscious.
Right.
I really just like squeeze, go to sleep.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think he's going to try to get out every
Sure.
time, right?
For sure.
So I don't want to take 20 on it because
Okay.
I think he's literally going to try to save himself.
Sure.
This is not a just a run of the mill.
Yeah, he's huffing right.
Yeah,
he
he's-
clearly knows what he's doing. Yeah.
He's there to prevent this exact situation. So
Right.
just because you guys have made short work of these guys doesn't mean that they're not serious dudes. So you have advantage from the Carson, countered by Grim Faded, and I have advantage from Cold Canter, countered by Cold Canter.
Oh, it happened again.
Oh
Old
no! Got to be careful with those.
All right, so rolled a natural 1.
Welcome to my world.
I got a 20, so
You got a natural 20?
no, just regular 20.
Oh, right, yeah.
Dirty 20.
So he's you squeeze and you see his eyes bulge and he passes out limp in your arms.
Go to sleep. Go to sleep, little halfling.
All right. So basically, you guys have, I guess, about 40 seconds, 38 seconds, something around there to do something before this other one's gonna bamf back in from the dimension that he was shuffled off to.
Yeah, I'm just waiting for Civ to undo my chain, and if he can't, I'll thunderbolt out.
All right,
Or
James or Fahima, do you want to do anything in the meantime? We can get back to Civ and have him attempt again.
Nope. I'm
right.
just gonna wait for him to fail. If he
I'll
does,
make my way. When I get to the exit door, I will poke my head out into the street, looking for anyone around. Or is there any sign of any?
No, if you recall, this is sort of a very tucked away alley. This place was chosen specifically for its lack of foot traffic. It is someplace you have to really, I love how he's looking. You have to really search for. So no, there's no sign of anyone out there. You look, it's pretty clear that no one knows about this. What's happening.
I'll stand at the door and look, be watching very closely around me for the sea hag approaching the door.
All right.
If she starts, I basically, I don't know if you like my passive perception or my perception of something. If she tries to get by me, I would like to try to say something to her.
Okay. We'll move up to Fahima.
Yep, just waiting to
Yep.
have Civ undo me.
All right. So this is the point at which, James, you do feel wetness press up against your body.
Wait. Was that it? Was that all there is? Was it...
Of course not.
Wait, you knew things. You the funky librarian. You know things. What? You must tell me. Come on.
You ask me. And again, you don't see anything. You just feel this wetness. But how can I provide insight when my tomorrows are your yesterdays? I may as well ask you questions.
questions about my sister. You wonder how I could have been captured here when the future is accessible to me. But like you, I have questions with answers that are not always welcome.
What would you know?
What did you say? I didn't catch that.
What would you know? What would you ask?
You will frighten my sister when you meet her, didn't you?
Griselda.
Yes.
That's over 20 years from now.
But just weeks ago for you. She will be closer in your past to your future than I am to our shared present. But we both see what's at stake. And I have the strength that she will not. Born of pain. Many years from today, she will have told you that she does not meddle. But I could make it all stop. I could change it all. I, unchained, able to exert so much power. Gaze into my eyes, and I can prevent what has already happened. Or do not. Your path is all about choice. So many choices. Each will have already happened someday. But the biggest ones are yet to come. You will have frightened Griselda because she sees, as I do, how important you will become. But some of the choices you five will make remain shrouded even to us. We do not see. We do not know. All we have is to hope, to wish. Perhaps our oldest sister knows. Ask her when you see her. While we observe, there are those for whom time is a plaything. But they too can fall. And before you become yourselves again, you may well hold their power in your hands. And you feel this wetness move past you as the door creaks open.
I let it go.
And as the door closes and you see the edge of it gain moisture, like water seeping into the edge of this wooden door, you hear close by your face, "I wish you would have looked at me. But it looks as though your friend is back." And as the door closes, you hear a pop, and this other halfling pops back into existence where he left.
Oh no!
I'm assuming I picked the lock by now since I've had like 6
If that's
tries.
what you were, if that's what you were doing, well, that whole time, yes, you
Yeah,
certainly
yeah.
took 20 on that, and the neck brace is open.
As soon as I'm done picking, I'm going to beeline it back into the room with Lily. And if she's not already standing, I'm going to get her to standing, and then I will lean down and say, "Are you all right? Can we leave?"
Oh, yeah, I was just having a chat with Grammy.
Well,
Jeff, as soon as that other one pops into existence,
Yeah.
that's my soul.
Focus.
Same concept. Appling him, putting him to sleep until he goes to sleep.
While you have the other guy in your other hand?
Well, I
guy's
don't know what.
unconscious.
Yeah, I didn't think the
Yeah.
guy was conscious anymore. So,
Yeah,
Oh.
so you have one unconscious, and you're saying you're dropping him to the floor.
well, I would bring him with me. It's not like I would
with
bring
you.
him with me.
You get it's
That
that
his brother.
you are me with my 2 kids under 3 years
yeah,
old.
Exactly.
Right, that's exactly right.
Come here, you nuggets. You know? Yeah. So you got one under one arm, and you're gonna go try to grapple the other one.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
All right. So between those 2 events, Civ crossing, I'll say you didn't provoke an opportunity of attack because this guy is so disoriented from popping back into existence that didn't happen. But Lily, you do have a turn between Civ arriving and Ugo doing what he's going to do.
I
So
just
is-
I just healed again. I'm still chatting with Grammy. I'm just
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just having I'm still a little bit tipsy, and I'm just like trying to feel better, and I'm having a nice time just looking at her face, even though I know it's an illusion.
Just have
Okay.
the best chats.
Yeah.
So, Ugo, you're crossing. It's your turn now. You're crossing over to this other.
And in fact, I'm gonna use his brother as a whip, like slam him into him and tackle them both.
Oh God. Okay.
All
right.
I might wake up the first one.
With what? More damage to the head? I don't know.
Yeah. All right. So he sees his brother being swung at him as an improvised weapon. Just roll a hit on that. You have advantage from cold candor.
Okay. Oh, advantage. Great. I needed it that time. Because I rolled a 2, and then I rolled a 12, which would improvised weapon is an 18.
That hits. So he gets hit with his own
does
brother.
I think
Six
Ugo
damage.
needs to specialize in halfling as a weapon. after
Dang.
Just start
He
carrying
levels up
halfling nunchucks.
Proficiency
Yeah.
bonus.
It's terrible.
Yeah. So yeah, that was 6 bludgeoning, I assume.
All right. So I'll both take it. You see this pile of bodies as you slam one onto the other. The first one hits the ground and hits his head hard, and he kind of comes back awake, having been knocked conscious, of all things. But the 2 of them sort of on each other, looking at each other, panicked. And James, it is your turn.
Cells. Yes. Cell swords, it's time to leave. Fahima is unleashed from.
Yeah.
So Civ successfully got her
Yeah.
out of there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Let's go.
Well-
Yeah.
But I'm not done.
Mission
James-
accomplished.
We're going to put them in the collar.
There's only one collar for 2 of them. What are you gonna do?
Make them both fit in the collar.
Improvise.
Okay.
That's true. You could put 2 arms or 2 legs in the same collar.
Sure, try, I guess. Can we hurry up?
James, are you doing anything other than
I
talking?
mean, somebody could help me. I'm doing this all by myself over here.
Yeah, I'll go and try to find the key out of their habiliments. Their clothing.
In the bedroom?
No, off their person.
They're not unconscious.
They're not unconscious anymore. They're
or one of them.
Yeah, they're both conscious at this point.
They're currently in a giant dog pile.
They're in a dog pile, and you could run over and try to. But I mean, this would be attempting to do something that two people don't want you to do. So it'd be difficult.
Contested.
Okay, so I'll go up to them and demand to know where that key is again. What do I disadvantage on again? Intimidation? I wrote it down.
Yeah, I think. Let me find it. Persuasion. And
Yeah, and deception. Okay, so intimidation is still on the table. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh yeah,
so
drunk people can be very intimidating.
I'm assuming she would get advantage from my assistance with that.
Yeah.
Hey! Tell me exactly where the key is.
Yeah, tell her.
Bring out my fire whip.
And I'll also beat you with my fists again.
Maybe
his hammer.
So, Fahima, roll me an intimidation check. You have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Grim Fated. We're into this world now where this is a thing. It wasn't a thing for so long, and now it's a thing. But I'll go if you want to have assistance. I'll allow an advantage on this.
Great. Yeah.
Yay!
Ooh, advantage.
I would love to assist the intimidation leader.
Yeah.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20.
Yeah.
All right, and you're demanding to know where the key is?
Finally! I'm finally intimidating for once in my life. Yeah.
Says
all
the
right.
woman who had someone sign something in blood last episode.
Yes.
All right, so the guy who just popped into existence, they're both really intimidated. They just saw, a lot of chaos. One has literally been to a terrible dimension for a minute and came back. Not an experience that he's had before.
And so was the other one.
That's true. That's true. They both are having a very bad day. So he, terrified, reaches into his pocket, pulls out the key, and hands it forward to you.
This is all of them?
She's already gone. What do you even want to do with it?
Well, that's up for me. That's there goes the intimidation. That's for me to decide. And I'll take the keys and I will be destroying them shortly.
Okay. So that is your turn. It is as he hands the keys to you, Fahima. He sees an opportunity to, how that old thing where you make the deal and then it's like, hey, yeah. So I explained that very well. What happens is the guy in the back, or one of the two, moves forward to hand you the thing, and he leaps up onto the shoulders of his brother.
Isn't he grappled?
No, they're not. Neither of them are grappled. He was used as a weapon. He was thrown onto the other one.
I was trying to tackle them with each other, but yeah.
Oh, okay.
Let me have this, guys. Just let me have
Of course.
this.
Have it, have it.
They become a fulling.
Oh no. Oh no.
I'll just sit back. Actually, you finish what you're gonna say.
We worked so long on this, and I wasn't gonna get to do it. So let me just have it for a second. Look at how cool that looks.
Do it.
That looks awesome.
A fulling.
A fulling.
I spent so much time figuring out how this was all going
Fully,
to work.
bro.
And then you guys banish half the fulling into the other dimension.
Two halflings make a fulling. I get it.
See? All right.
Epic dad joke for the books.
No, it's not a dad joke. It's a vicious enemy that's going to attack you right now.
Does he do anything else?
The fulling is now one creature that has a lot of cool things about it that I invented. So watch.
So sit back.
Sit back.
Watch.
And watch.
And be loud.
All right. They have something called Stack Attack, and they're going to attempt that now.
Or they put on a trench coat and try to get into a club.
As
Try to buy beer.
Oh, come on, stupid. All the windows minimize. It's unbelievable. Man, it drives me
Unbelievable.
You got that
crazy.
Windows.
Switch to a Mac.
Windows, Windows.
How dare you? How
Mac?
dare you? How
Oh
dare
yeah,
you
I
even
guess you could press a
suggest
button on
that?
Mac, son.
How dare you?
Okay, so we are going to roll an attack against Ugo. He hands the keys to Fahima, jumps on the back, turns and slashes. The bottom one has a short sword. The top one has a club. The one on top is going to swing with the club, and Oh, that's a 24 to hit.
Oh, of course.
Wow.
That is 6 points of damage, and because they have something called stack attack, I really just wanted to do this, you guys.
I can tell.
The Foaling behaves as its own creature, but a successful attack from one half triggers a bonus attack action from the other.
Oh my gosh.
So now
punch.
So now the short sword goes off. That is a 19 to hit.
Yep.
And that is another 8 points of damage. Slashing, that was bludgeoning and then piercing. All right. So this thing, they're like, ha! You know, they're going to try to fight their way out of this. These guys are rough and tumble dudes that are here to protect this place. They go slashing. The bottom one slashes, the top one clubs. They're like hitting you top and bottom. Boom, boom, bah, boom, boom, bah. They're trying to, be cool.
Yeah, for sure.
So that happens.
Second halfling, the third halfling you fought in one day.
So now we are up to Civ's turn.
All right. Well, Civ has had enough because he's
Enough of Jeff's.
tired of these little halfling games. He's going to scoop Lily up, draw his rapier, and then stab the bottom halfling in the back.
All right. I like
What an
it.
efficient turn.
What an efficient turn.
I already have advantage because I don't think they see this coming and they're flanking, but if you want to...
Well, you had advantage from Dresden Dark that was countered by Grim Fated.
Okay, and then I
But
get
yes,
it
you
back.
have your...
Awesome. So that would be a 16.
All right. That is a hit.
Sweet. Let's do some
They
sneak attack
have
damage.
actually, they have several reactions.
Oh my gosh.
They have something
You're just
called...
holding me under your arm.
Over my shoulder.
This is out of control.
Really? That's amazing. They have something called over and under reactions. A Foaling may take a reaction during each player's turn. The reaction that it's going to take is called Hop Dodge, which allows it to add +3 to its AC. So as you swing, you think you have it directly in your sights at the bottom. They separate for a second. They jump and hop apart, and you swing in the space between where the two halflings were, and they land back on each other's shoulder, go, ha! And you actually miss your attack. Foaling!
You just signed your own death warrant.
He's talking to Jeff, not the Foaling.
Yeah, I figured. All right, so we're up to Lily's turn. Lily, you are being carried like a sack of potatoes on
Okay.
Civ's shoulder.
And he just missed?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, because they just separated in the middle and then came back together.
Ha! Plah!
Okay.
I'm going to let Uggo rip you to shreds.
I'm gonna say, Sim, turn me around.
I'll turn
and then,
around.
And then I will cast vicious mockery at them.
Okay.
Okay.
Does it
All
count
right.
for one or both, Jeff?
Yeah.
Well, they are one creature when they are together.
So a wisdom save.
All right.
A 15. Don't save. Don't save. Don't save.
I believe I have. I have advantage from Grim Fated, countered by Angel Devilson. Oh, that is not good. That is a 10.
Okay. I'm gonna whip around, still feeling like I'm healing and confused, and I'll be like, "What? You're trying too hard right now. There's two of you stacked on top of each other. It's too many things happening. Just be confident in yourself, okay? You don't need all this extra stuff. Too much. I don't like it. I don't approve. Undo.
One's try, the bottom one's hard.
Undo.
Try hard.
Yeah. So then they take from that killer insult 2d4.
And disadvantage on their next attack, right?
Yeah.
So he takes 6 damage.
All right.
Psychic damage. I really got in there.
All right. They're like, they're determined to avenge their losses here and show who's boss, but they're getting smacked around mentally by Lily. Uggo, your turn. I'm sure you're just going to.
So I have 2 attacks. So I'm going to grapple the one on top and kick the one on the bottom. in an attempt to separate them.
All right.
And when I kick the one on the bottom, I'm going to say, "This is Boster!"
Nice.
They know.
All right.
They live here.
So they have a feature called Double Trouble.
Uh-oh.
And when you're making a melee or ranged attack against the foaling, you must indicate if you're aiming for the top or bottom half. So you're going to do each, right? So let's attempt the. Which one do you want to start with?
The top. Let's grapple the top one.
Okay. Bum, bum, bum.
Do I have advantage? Disadvantage?
You do have advantage from lightning hits twice, but it was countered by Grim Faded.
Didn't need it. I got a 22.
Oh my.
God,
Yeah,
I rolled
we're
great tonight.
flanking now. So.
Oh!
Oh, I get advantage. That's right. Because we were flanking. Well, it was a little bit less.
I have advantage from Grim Faded countered by False Star, but I got strength. Oh, I got a 20. What did you get?
I got a 21.
21. Come on.
22. 19 plus 2.
Okay.
Yeah.
My second roll was a 17 because I had advantage from flanking.
All right, so you grab the top one on the top.
And now I'm going to kick the bottom one.
Okay.
Oh man.
You have advantage from Shayberry.
Ooh, nice. Ooh, nat 20.
Oh man.
Yeah.
I'm rolling great. It's still just 12 damage. It's 12 damage from the kick. It's 6 damage from an unarmed because I'm not using a weapon, so just double it, I guess. So 12.
All right. So you grab the one that's on the top of the shoulders and you kick hard on the other one. He goes, ooh! It has.
And then I take the top one and I move 30 feet back.
Okay. You don't want me to have any fun at it.
It's my job.
All right.
It's
So
literally my job.
You separate the foaling, all of my fun stuff. I have like 3 more pages of awesome stuff they do, but okay.
3 more pages?
So
Well, we blame Morgan. This is Morgan's fault.
What?
He's the one that managed him in the first place. We could have had this fight the whole time.
Yeah,
I had a
we could.
plan to make 2 halflings be a very difficult fight for you guys, and yet doesn't seem like that happened at all.
I almost died.
You
Yeah,
didn't even
that's true.
have forces
You
of
did-
good.
All right. It's true. Okay, so you pull the halfling off and separate it. Now it is 2 halflings again instead of the foaling.
And you back up 30 feet.
Back up 30 feet.
Yeah, for the
5,
map
10, 15,
people.
20, 25, 30. James, your turn.
I am watching this very odd whatever is going on in the corner over there, and I'm just like, can we go, please? And then I will fire 2 Eldritch Blasts at the formerly the bottom halfling, the one who's next to Fahima right there.
All right.
Yes. Do I have advantage or disadvantage on either one of those?
You do. You have advantage from Armando 89, countered by Grim Faded.
Thanks,
And then
Armando.
the second one, you have advantage from Fragment of the Heart Soul.
Oh, great. So the first one's a 22 to hit,
Yeah, it hits.
and the second one is a 18 to hit.
That also hits.
Then that is 14. 22 total points of damage for those 2. Pop.
All right. So you conjure your arcane energy and propel it from your hands. Purple energy flying through the air, smacks into the bottom one. He goes, okay, we give. Just leave then.
Last call. Let's go. Come on.
I'm confused. Which one was the one that was almost knocked unconscious or knocked unconscious by Uggo? Is it the one he's holding?
No, the one that just said leave. The bottom one is the one he knocked unconscious.
I see.
So wouldn't he be at like 1 hit point?
Yeah, he'd be out. If he just got hit by an Eldritch Blast, he'd be out.
Well, I guess you're right. I mean, I guess the unconscious would be taking him down to 0 hit points. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So he's down.
I mean, he can still say that as he's dropping into unconsciousness.
And the last hit, James can choose not to do lethal damage and just to knock out.
Right.
Why would you
Yes.
choose that?
I'm just saying. It's
James, did you want to kill
even
him?
with the spell.
No, I did not want to kill him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
I want to kill him.
In fact, I
Have a chance.
Well, no, Uggo's holding the other one. I'm not gonna shoot one when Uggo's got him in a bear hug.
I will hold it out for you.
He's squirming. He goes, tell Whitebeard no longer welcome. You just go. My brother.
We'll let the other sellswords tell him that. Now come on.
Whose turn is it?
It
Mine.
is Fima's turn, yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk up to Uggo and say, Uggo, are you hungry? Because we're about to have a We're about to have a barbecue. Hold him out for me, please. As far as you can reach.
Yeah, Uggo looks over at James. Okay. I thought we were leaving now. And he holds him out.
I'll look at the halfling. I warned you. And I'll cast Burning Hands at 2nd level on him.
Whoa.
In a cone that is, I'm like back to Uggo, like.
Yeah.
What?
Whoa. Whoa.
She did warn him.
Whoa.
So your hands catch fire.
No.
46 fire damage.
Woo!
He gets a deck save, I think.
Is that so?
Yes.
But he's grappled, so he fails at deck saves.
Yeah, automatically fails deck save,
Automatically
right?
fails
Yeah.
deck saves, yep.
Yeah.
Whoa.
That's 14, 15, 16, 17 fire damage.
17 fire damage. Okay. He
Yeah.
is
To,
very
to the bottom half of the top halfling.
Oh man.
So it's a quarterling that you're attacking?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you place your fiery hands on him and it catches you see him screaming and you see the fire sear into his skin and his flesh bubbling and popping with blisters.
Whoa.
We gave you the choice to go into the collar, and this is what you chose.
Uggo is looking around at everyone else.
Can we say no? No.
So that will be his turn. He is going to clasp his hands together and say, "Please don't kill me. I just want to make some money." Oh.
Whatever.
I am unmoved.
Okay. All right. And as he peeks his eye open and sees that you are unmoved and kicks his foot out and tries to kick you in the face.
Are you kidding me?
Ow.
All right, everybody saw that, right? Everybody saw
Yeah.
that.
I mean, you did
Attack
just...
Fahima.
Yeah.
I get an attack of opportunity from Sentinel. I'm going to
Yeah.
toss him in the air and baseball swing him with the
Oh
ball.
my god. Look, these guys were bad. These were not good people.
Yeah.
They were enslaving the sea hag. They were not
Yep,
good
they're
people.
not good people. That's correct. I
So
feel
just to be
no
clear, you're
shame
getting an attack of opportunity because of Sentinel.
because of Sentinel. If
Right.
he attacks anyone other than me, I get
That's
an-
right. So he still gets his attack though.
Yes,
I,
he
th- I
does.
think so, yeah.
Yeah, that's advantage
goes
from
first.
Grim Fated countered by False Star for me, and that is a 23 to hit against Fahima, which means you're going to take 6 points of damage.
Oof.
And
But I'm going to reduce it by 2d6.
Jeez.
So,
Mine?
reduce it by 4. Yeah, I reduce
okay,
it
so
by
you take 2 points of
thanks,
damage.
Uggo.
Yeah, the ancestors get in the way.
That's amazing. So they they literally step in front of the swinging foot as he kicks at you.
Yeah, make sure that might be my reaction though if I use it.
Oh, right.
It is a reaction, so I can't do that. For
You can't do.
Okay.
Okay,
Can't
so
do that.
take the
Yeah,
6.
take the full 6
Okay.
because I need the reaction to baseball swinging across the room.
Priorities. Priorities.
Dark.
That was 6 points of damage?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you're gonna get it.
So he kicks you right in the shoulder, and you take it, and you go.
Ah!
Pa. So that is Siv's turn now.
Well, my attack of
I'll
opportunity
go-
was 19.
Yeah.
Oh right, yeah. Sorry,
we
yeah,
need,
that hits.
we need some halfling splatter first.
Yeah.
He takes 14 points of bludgeoning.
What is happening?
Are you throwing him?
I'm just tossing him in the air and hitting him with the maul.
With the ball.
God!
So, yeah, you're playing-
It's gonna
you're-
rain body parts.
Wow.
All right, so
Wow.
that is what 30. Yeah, how many points?
Like,
How many
I
points
woke
of
up
damage?
to
is
this.
14 bludgeoning.
Yeah, he's
Magical. Oh, no, not magical. It's a regular maul.
Yeah.
He opens his eyes and angrily kicks at you, Fahima, kicking you in the shoulder. At which point, Ugo immediately throws him in the air, takes his maul,
says, "Don't touch my friends!"
Look at these being thrown in the air. That's amazing. And Ugo swings and smacks him. And as you see the maul connect, his body bends in a direction it should not bend, nearly in half. And you hear this sickening crack as his bones and spine seem to be snapped in two. And he falls in a lump on the ground, lifeless.
Cool.
You had your chance.
This is how Ugo and Fahima make up from their fight last week.
Sure.
And Ugo turns to Fahima and says, "I do not regret killing that monster. Let's go."
Neither do I. And I'll put a hand on his shoulder and then realize it's probably still on fire and bring it back.
All right. The other one is also unconscious. So this fight has ended. Well done.
We did it!
I'm afraid we're going to have to end this other one as well now. He's seen all of us, and I walk over and stick my rapier in his throat.
What is happening?
And then I start to walk out of the room.
No!
Wow.
I don't know any of you!
He almost killed you.
No! You know what almost killed me? What almost killed me was that sea hag, and nobody killed that! That sea hag! Let me talk! That sea hag got let free. That sea hag was the one who almost killed me. And then you killed those two innocent men, and I'm not saying they were good men. I am not saying that. But we came in here, we came into their house, and we didn't even try. We didn't even try to fix this another way. And James, you said we couldn't kill people. That was the whole thing. This was supposed to be a fun thing to release the sea hag, and we could have done it without killing anyone, but we didn't, did we? No. And I will leave.
Lily, I'll run after her. Lily,
I don't want to talk right now.
What?
Fahima,
it was my fault, you know.
I know. It's all right.
No.
We
It's
can
not
talk
all
it.
right.
We can talk it over later.
I've never seen Lily like that before.
We need to go.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but we will all be arrested if we stay here.
Maybe we should just burn the place down.
I will take care of it. You can all go.
Okay.
So dark.
Please catch up to her. She is rather intoxicated.
All right, I'll run ahead and try to just tail her, give her space.
Civ, what are you doing?
I'm going to dispose of the bodies.
We'll be.
Listen, we're leaving here tomorrow.
It's going to be very clear. It was the hag that did it.
Will you all just please go and let me do this?
I really am quite hesitant to. I don't like leaving you with this kind of business, but
It's not the first time I've had to do it.
yes, I know, but that doesn't mean that you should have to do it more.
Yeah, agreed. Or alone.
All right. If one of you wants to come with me, you can.
We could give him a proper burial.
I could cast corpse storage.
To be honest with you, I'm more concerned about Lily than I am about the bodies.
I would be as well.
I'm going to grab the body that I ended, and then I'm going to drag it into the room and start to wrap it in one of the blankets that's in there.
Oh, well, I'll bring the other one in there as well.
Leave them by the chains, by the seaweed, I guess, or something. Gosh, this is grim. Grim business.
Ugo, we're going to need to take him down to the seashore and dump them in the water,
Yeah.
so no one finds the
Wait!
bodies. What?
Didn't you say, James, that the guy needs dead people for things to grow alcohol?
Yeah, no, I'm not going back there, and he doesn't need more people. No.
But then they conveniently disappear.
I mean,
I'm going to make them disappear. Don't worry about that.
I think
Okay,
they'll disappear anyway.
that's
No,
fine.
I
I
don't
was
want to
gonna-
add that complication.
But then we can trade your body. Then you and Lily don't need to trade bodies now.
I mean, it's at best a casual agreement between he and I. Listen, if for
You
some
know better. I was just an idea.
Okay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
You know.
Come on. Faster we get this done, the better.
So I'm going to carry my halfling, and Uggo can carry his halfling, and we're going to wrap them in the blankets, carry them down to the seashore, weigh them down, and throw them into the water.
All right. And so you do. It's not something
very
says,
unceremoniously done.
Uggo does when he throws his body in, does say some things in Orcish, which you would understand, Civ. And you know it's just a normal, honorable, when you kill your enemy and bury them, make sure that they understand that this was the normal Orcish thing of a shamanistic burial of enemies deserve death. This is the honor they deserve. So on and so forth.
Right.
And when we leave, I'll, of course, close the door and lock up and all that good stuff. So it's going to be a while before anybody comes looking.
Yeah, and it doesn't happen fast. You are, takes a while for you to do all that. And it is quite late at night by the time you finish up. The rest of you, I assume, are going back to the Isle Inn where you had...
Yes.
Yeah, I'm following Lily back.
Okay.
She's
So-
drunk and alone.
Fahima, you arrive back at the Isle Inn just a little while after Lily does. Lily, are you just going straight to the room?
Yeah, I was gonna say also, I go straight to the room and I definitely forgot that there's a snare trap.
I was
right
gonna
beside
say-
the
I was too.
Oh, no.
I did wedge something underneath the door, so it would be hard for her to bust in.
I was really hoping that you weren't going to remember that because I wanted to be the one to surprise you. So, Fahima, when you arrive at the door, you see a very unhappy Lily upside down, hanging magically by her feet, swinging back and forth in front of the door.
Oh, Lily, I'll pull out my dagger and cut her down, and I'll conjure a little cot to catch her as I cut her
Okay.
down.
All right,
Lily-
you land with a bump on the cushion.
Lily, can
Thank you.
I talk to you now? I'm sorry about that snare.
It's
Please.
fine. I knew it was there.
Yes, of course, of course. It's another botched spell. Look, you're right, and it was my fault that you got hurt. Okay, I swapped spots with the hag in hopes of doing what you said to do it in a non-violent way.
Well, Fahima,
And-
that's not the part that I have a problem with.
Well, you almost died,
Yes, I mean, I have a problem with that.
and you said it was the hag that hurt you, and that's true. But the hag wouldn't have been there if not for me.
Correct, Fahima, but my point with all of this is that we came into that house and we stirred up trouble. And I'm not saying those two men were innocent, but then we just brutally got rid of them. We didn't even try to talk to them. We didn't give them a chance. They're two people trying to earn a living. And I'm not saying, again, they should have captured a sea hag.
But Lily, we did give them a chance. We were going to put them in the collar.
Barely.
I mean, I admit it was a bit harsh for me to literally barbecue one of them on the spot, but what would you have me do when someone's kicking at me, trying to hurt me?
Just saying that we've given so much leeway to so much more violent people. And I feel like it's all building up in us, and there's all this tension from all these fights that we've had and all these battles that we have, and I understand that because I feel that, but I don't think it was fair the way they were treated. I think they got the remnants of all of our aggression that hasn't been let out, all of our tension, all of our fear.
Listen to me. Hags are extremely intelligent, sentient creatures. We have no idea how long she was there, with no hope of escape, paraded as a freak show, sold for money. Imagine someone you love was chained up like that, somewhere on an island, filled with pirates, treating her like shite. Like, it's inhumane, to say
I'm
the
not
least.
questioning that, but also inhumane is barbecuing someone and then hitting them with a maul, like a baseball.
Look, Lily, I agree that we should have tried a bit harder to not kill them.
I'm just saying I feel like our priorities got let loose there, and that was a battle that was only started because of us. And I think we did the right thing to let her go. I do.
Well, I have to disagree with you, Lily. I'm
That's
sorry
fine.
you got hurt, but I think they deserved what they got.
Okay. We're not all gonna agree on everything. That's life. But I personally was very uncomfortable with what just happened.
Well, I don't want you to hate me.
I don't hate you.
I know you don't hate me, but if we keep disagreeing, as you say, and hurting people, and you feel uncomfortable,
Then I'll leave.
I don't want that either.
Well, I don't either, but I'm just saying, if our priorities are gonna shift too much, I'm not comfortable with it. And honestly, maybe we should just sleep on it and talk about it in the morning when things are a little bit calmed down. But I didn't like that.
Well, I'm sorry you got hurt. I'm sorry you had to see that. And I'm glad you're better.
Thank you. I'm glad you're all right too.
That's about the time that James shows up with Civ and Ugo not too far behind as well. It's been quite a long process getting back and getting all that done. But everybody reconvenes at the inn. We will find out how all that happens after intermission. So we're going to take our intermission now. I do want to thank some folks giving us love. TK421, Atheist Dad, Ilom? ILOM or IIO? I don't know. Help me out with that one. Ilom. Xenomorph Bob, Zyza Morrigan, Cosmic Lord 9, Diana of the Night. What else we got? Others. So many people. Thank you so much for those balloons. I'm glad I got to at least be a little bit of my full length. I was very proud of that.
That was a great. It's a great one.
So you guys, that was awesome, and we will find out how all of this shakes out after intermission. So stick around. Airband's going to take care of you for a little while, and we'll be back.
Yes? Someone was speaking in my ear. Fear not, watchers. Our campaign will continue after this brief intermission. Right now, it's time for us to enjoy each other's company, and I think we have something to discuss, don't we? This was a very, very interesting turn of events, wasn't it? Wasn't this one of the most glorious turnabouts that you've all seen? Let's talk about how we feel. As a matter of fact, I want to treat this like we're in some sort of group therapy. And I want everyone to tell me how they feel, what their thoughts are about what just happened. So, starting with you, Goofy, tell us, what was your experience, eh? Quite chaotic? Yes. Right in my wheelhouse, absolutely. But how does it you loved it? Okay. Because I know that there are a number that did not love it. I could feel them. Listen, my psionics are not working as they used to. But I definitely feel from all of you out there that there is something going on. There is a tension so tight that Milo, off of my leg. Please stop it. Okay, I thought it was something else. Milo was grabbing my leg, and I thought maybe that was what the tension I was feeling, but it wasn't. There is a tension I'm noticing. Now, who here was very upset by what just happened? Tell me. Throw it at me. Bring it on. Tension is tighter than a fish butt, okay? Nay one fun, love it. Shabery, you did not like it, yes? Lore, I gotta be honest, I'm a bit disappointed, and that's saying something. You're disappointed in what, though, Captain Crunch? In your name, or in what happened? I'm going to need to get some responses on these. Holy crap, what a great big mess. Lily has a point, and it isn't being heard. Okay, pyroclastic, flatulate. Flatulate? Pyroclastic flatulate. You're saying that Lily needs to be heard and was not heard. What was it that needed to be heard? That she thinks that where they are focusing and their alignment is breaking apart? That what Fahima did specifically is. I'm excited to see LDOC1 says, I'm excited to see how they come back together after they have swung too far. Agreed. Do you know no family becomes a real family until they've absolutely positively gotten to the bottom of things and had it out with one another? You only know that you're connected, in my opinion, of course, but you only know that you unconditionally love someone else when you can have the worst fight in the world and come back afterwards. Am I wrong? Milo, get off of my leg! Sorry. Is it not true? Did we not need to get to this point at one point? Yes? No? Why not lock them in chains? Robbie, 21. Yes, they could have, but would they have ever reached this point? No. Perhaps maybe later, but isn't this a very important moment for them? Yes? Am I wrong? Oh, please, Shabri. Milo has, I assure you, Milo has chewed off one of my toes in the last week. He is being treated very well. I just want him to get off of my leg. How did this affect the future? Well, we don't know. Does it affect the future at all? As a matter of fact, maybe this is the only reason that the future came about the way that it has. Why does he still have teeth, my lord? Who, Milo? I don't think he does. It's important that Civ doesn't get the blame for handling the loose end. Well, I think that everyone is bypassing the fact that that's what happened. That Civ gets away with the fact that he just stabbed the next one in the back. Is that okay? Or is everyone happy with that part? What was it exactly that made this a very, very terrifying experience for the entire group? I love Fahima, but I did not recognize who that was back there. So perhaps you love an idea of Fahima. Yes? Perhaps that has never been the way Fahima is. Perhaps what you've just learned is who Fahima really is. Or for maybe Fahima's really just learning about who she is. And perhaps she hasn't become Fahima yet. No, I don't actually, Snake Master. I eat all of my brains raw. Always. Fahima is expressing herself with fire gestures. I appreciate that, and I agree. Fahima doesn't know who Fahima is. And do any of these characters know who they are? Is the real question. Do any of you know who you are? I'm in your heads, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of confusion. Lots of it. Back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Ah, yes. Our Obros 43. I know I am chaos. Hey, not me. I am, of course, evil, but lawfully evil. Chaos is a whole nother story. Something that I would like to dig into a bit, yes? Oh, no, I don't use ketchup, no. Or catsup, as you spelled it there, kitty cat. There is no confusion. Milo has always been Supreme Leader Milo. Listen, Goofy. Here's the deal. I will grant that Milo is the Supreme Leader. Will you grant that he makes your breakfast every morning? I don't actually know how it's spelled there. I think it's with a C, Kitty. How did you find... No. I'm asking, would you be okay with it if he made your breakfast every morning? Give him the supreme leadership. Would you want him to make your breakfast every morning? That's sort of the question. That's what I want to know. Civ didn't want to kill that guy, but he made the decision to protect Fahima. Adrenaline Unlimited. Don't you think perhaps that you are making an assumption there? Are you sure? Are you in his head? Or is that what you want him to have done? You see, I disagree. I think Civ personally, this is my opinion, but I do go into his head from time to time, as I do go into everyone's heads. I do, of course, practice psionics. I saw a joy, a pleasure there, which should frighten the living out of all of you. All right? It should. But for some strange reason, everyone is just looking at Fahima in this situation, I believe. Who here thinks that she's the one that did wrong? Aha. Lord A, as your self-appointed fave, what's in my head? Crapton? A whole load of... Just going with the name there. They all could have done better. Gamer Share, I think that's an excellent point. Now, by better, what do you mean? What could they have done? What would have made this turn out perfectly? Oh, Shabery, you don't want me to say that out loud. Yes. Oof. It couldn't have turned out perfectly, Lily Dumblebay. Why? Because nothing turns out perfectly. Life, this is it. We are watching the ramifications of a world that is the way that it is. You see, it's glorious. And everything has its place. The good, the bad, the right, the wrong, the in, the out, the up and the down. This is why I love a good game of D&D. The show always turns out perfectly, Lord A. Well, of course it does. Listen, Just Jules, I've been around for 121 years. If I haven't learned something by this point, I've got a real problem. It was a breakout and ended in mass murder. That went dark. It was a breakout, ended in mass murder. That went dark. Well, it's mass murder. Is mass murder 2 is mass? Is that... Milo, can you do me... Milo, what are you doing? Oh, for the love of... All right. That's enough. Put on... No, put... I want you to put... Milo, look at me. Look at me in my eyes. Put on your diaper. Put it back on. No. Stop it. Go to your room. Go to your room, number 1. Number 2, change your diaper. And then come back. And until then, I don't want to see you again. Oh, goodness. Okay, we're getting a lot here. Give Milo a Jolly Rancher. I give him... Actually, Shabery, very good. He does love Jolly Ranchers. He's a big fan of sugar in general. He did have quite a bit, though, today. He does eat 1 caramel apple every day. He's already had 2 today. I usually don't go that route with him, but in this case I did, and I am certainly not thinking that was the right method because of what just happened. Yes, no. Not until you've put on another set of diapers. No. Go back to your room. Yes, the caramel apples are quite good. Have you ever had a caramel red apple? Everyone likes the caramel green, but have you had a caramel red? Ooh, delicious. I've never touched one before, but of course I wouldn't even know what to do with it, but he seems to think they're fantastic. What happened to Elmo? Who is Elmo? You mean the Muppet? What is it? Is that what it is? Even is? Elmo, is he Muppet? I don't know. This is my first time watching Intermission live. Well, Shayberry, welcome. I hope you're enjoying it. Ages 13. I get why 2 halflings make a fulling and not a wholeling. You don't get why, or you get why? Half full, whole, half whole. Interesting. Tell us why, Aegis. I'd like to know. Elmo is your original minion. Are you serious? Did I forget? Have I said that to you before? Oh, I must have been lying. No. I never had a minion named Elmo. You must be thinking of Delphonse. Yes, Delphonse was my original minion, not my Elmo. Delphonse. if that's what you're referring to. Perhaps it should be different, something different. If I did say that, then I was desperately lying to you. I was just making something up out of thin air to probably get someone off of my tip. What happened to Delphonse? Oh, he's gone. Yes, no, he did not work out very well. Milo, wear Lord Ereban underoos. Yes, well, he doesn't wear underoos. He wears diapers. Do they have images of Lord Ereban on them? Maybe, but that's not really necessary to discuss. Can you convince Civ that this is real? Are you sure that it is real? You mean him liking the murder of this halfling? You've been here since the beginning. Bet me, says Nat One Fun. What happens if I lose? Grim Fated it will appear on the show. Well, perhaps then my intention would be to lose. Yes, Nat One Fun? What if I wanted Grim Fated to come here? Well, not here, but to the studio once we reopen after all this coronavirus business goes wrong, or freezes over, if you will. What if my goal is to get her there so that I can then marry her there? To then have the greatest combination of beings alive. Well, me, Lord Ereban, and Grim Fated, the most evil of all people that I know, and perhaps you know. Can you see the studio? Well, Shabery, eventually you can. Not really, actually. Well, yes and no. Have you not seen the studio, Shabery? How many times have you watched the show? When you say you're new here, have you watched anything on YouTube? Soviet Potato, the palm is not yellow. It just looks that way. I have my hand over a beverage that is very, very bright and shiny. Lord A, one more try. Lord A, are you sure Milo isn't just your adopted child? Oh, he is adopted, yes. But he's not my child. He's a minion. He's an adopted minion. So technically, I guess you could say he's almost like a child. When can I come babysit Milo? Anytime you like, Lily Dumblebay. Just do know that you will be potentially dealing with lots of life and death. Where is your amulet in this timeline? Well, I don't know if you've noticed, but around my neck I do have a necklace. I won't show you specifically what's going on down there, but it may or may not be the amulet. Has Milo reached maturity? Oh, many years ago. He's over, I think, somewhere around the age of 15. Lord Ereban, as your self-appointed fave, I expect to be the best man at my wedding. For sure. Excellent, yes. I often will just go ahead and say yes to people who say, as my self-appointed fave, I expect X, Y, and Z. So, yes, of course. Are you going to see the Force cards back? Are we going to see the Force cards back soon? Well, of course. Once we are back in the studio, yes. What? Jeff isn't your best man. No, Adrenaline Unlimited. You're missing the point. Perhaps you didn't hear what I said. Maybe you wrote it earlier than my response. Anytime anyone asks me, can I do X, Y, or Z because I like you, I, of course, am going to say yes. It doesn't necessarily mean it's going to happen. Got it, Crapton. Yes. Okay. Hold on now. Kitty cat. All right. Hold on. Shoot. My bad. I'm not doing my job quite right today. All right, everyone. I need to do something very important. And this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to talk to you about the Dungeon Run props, because there are some of you that know about them and many of you that don't. So let's say those of you that haven't been here before, I'm going to explain something to you. We have something called Dungeon Run props, and there are 4 technically that you can give. The first one is love, show love. That's those blue balloons. if you want to show love to anyone in the show or at the show or on the show, including myself, you can feel free to do so. Baron Pike, thank you so much. TK421, thank you so much. Now, if you wish to have some sort of impact on the game, you can do the following. You can grant the gift of advantage. That's the ability to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once and taking the highest value. However, it's most likely that Grim Fated will have already disadvantaged whoever it was that that is going to receive the advantage, and therefore they will then have a disadvantage. No, actually, they will have their advantage countered. However, if they don't already have an advantage and you do want to disadvantage them, you can play a disadvantage and then they will have to roll a pair of 20-sided dice at once, taking the lowest value. It's a very awful thing to have to do, though it does happen from time to time. When you give a disadvantage or advantage, please specify which player at the table it is for, or I will make the choice for you. Of course, not a good idea to not tell me what you want to do with it. Now, also, Milo's ball exists. Yes, it's there. I understand you think it will do something. It might. It might actually kill Milo. But it won't have any impact on the game, so don't assume it will. I'm sorry that he did it. He put it out there assuming that it would be a good idea. I told him don't. But of course, in typical Milo fashion, he did something stupid. So, everyone understands that now, yes? Do you understand how these things work? Yes? We all clear? Everyone, someone say yes. Yes, good, Kitty Cat. Thank you so much, Fun. I just said thank you so much, Fun. That didn't make any sense. Shabery, I appreciate it. Crafton Crunch, at some point along the line, I will try to re-explain that to you. Of course, that's not going to happen now. What if I want to buy physical items to rep the dungeon run, my lord? Oh, Ouroboros 43. Thank you so much. Well, you can always go to the dungeon run or fandom. Is it fandom or is it the dungeon run? Someone tell me, do I get that right? I always get this one wrong. I feel like I get it backwards in my head. It's thedungeonrun.fandom.com, yes? Or is it fandom.thedungeonrun.com? No, it is thedungeonrun.fandom.com. You can go there and you can buy t-shirts. Yes, you could buy t-shirts. You could do anything you like there. You can even join our Discord, which of course is a wonderful thing to do because we have a wonderful, wonderful Discord, which of course I'm not a part of, but everyone that is there is fantastic, and they will take very good care of you and help you along your journey if you are new to the show. All right, everyone. I do want to thank you all, those of you that have shared tonight's show. If you have not shared the show, I ask you please to do so. Hashtag the Dungeon Run. Tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend to tell a friend. You get the idea. Remember, I'll be joining you in your social conversations around the game, but for the time being, I'd like to take you back to our show. So, please enjoy.
Hello, we're back.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay! And when we left off, we were returning to the Isle Inn. Lily was a bit upset, having been snared as she went back into the room, and Fahima cut her down, and I think they both went into the room to head right to sleep. Is that correct? And a little while later, the three boys arrived back at the Isle Inn as well. Before we hop back in, let's thank some of the folks that were giving love during the break. Pathogen, Jester, Kaibuck, White Tiger Angel, Lily Dumblestuck Fan, The Carson, Brentley Moore, Baron Pike. Thank you very much for those balloons. We love them. We love them! All right. So, Lily, you have just kind of headed to bed to try to sleep off your inebriation.
I almost died. Then I got better. I was very drunk. I'm very upset. I'm going to bed.
You know, one of those days.
Right.
Fahima, are you staying awake or did you go to bed as well?
I went to bed, but I'll say that I feel very anxious after what just happened, and my heart is racing. So I think it would take me a minute to get to sleep.
Okay. And then the boys arrive. I think Morgan, James, you did not accompany the other two in the disposal of the bodies. So you would arrive quite a bit earlier than they did.
Yeah, in fact, when Civ and Ugo probably get back to the inn, they'll probably find me sitting down in the lobby, like if there's a fire or something like that, scribbling furiously, trying to write down everything the hag said and going over it, and just like, yeah, I am face deep in my notes.
Okay. And then I assume solemnly, slowly, Civ and Ugo open the door to the inn and walk in.
It's not the first time I've had to do this. I'm just going to walk behind the bar and grab a bottle and pour myself a shot.
Pour me one, too.
Of course.
James, you want one?
No, I'm fine, thank you.
What are you doing over there?
Trying to make sure I don't forget anything.
Don't forget what? What
Once
just
a
happened?
librarian, always a librarian.
Yes, if you wish. Just everything the hag said, everything. I don't know. It was all like a big riddle. I don't know if any of it made sense at all. I'm just it's very frustrating, actually. And I feel like I don't know if we gained anything by going there besides getting all very upset at each other.
Well, I'm a bit confused. You seem to ask very specific questions from the hag. Is there something you were looking for in particular? And I'm rummaging behind the bar, Jeff, for some food as well, if there is any. Like, even if it's just old bread.
Yeah, I think you'd probably be able to find some of that, or maybe some jerky or something, some dried meats. Yeah.
And I'll be eating that and drinking the booze while I'm talking to James.
Yeah.
Listen, no matter my appearance, there are times when I have no idea what I'm doing. And especially now, especially in these strangest of time travel, like what are we talking about here? We're lost in the past, and who knows what we could do, what damage we could do, what damage we've already done.
Well, I mean, letting the sea hag go is going to change things.
And that was your idea.
I know it was. I know. I'm sorry. I'm flailing about desperately.
Well, that's how I felt. That's why I was getting so frustrated and lashing out at Choron and threatening Whitebeard. It's difficult. We're in a difficult situation. We don't know why we're here or what we're doing, and we don't know if the goal is to save Choron and his family, or if it's just to make sure that Whitebeard gets his treasure.
I do often feel as if I'm rummaging around in the dark, and I'm afraid that part of me is afraid that I've dragged all of you into the dark with me. Like what was that with Fahima? What? Like
I am very scared of her.
I think she's just how do I put this? I think she's just arriving into her own, so to speak.
Yes.
We've been spending a lot of time around cutthroats and Whitebeard, and we've been asked to do some, nasty things. And I'm going to saunter around the bar over to James and sit down next to him and pour myself another drink. Are you sure you don't want any?
I've had enough.
I think you're taking a lot of this pressure and putting it on yourself, my friend.
Well,
we're in this together.
Yes, we are, but I mean, there's the pressure you see and the pressure you don't see.
Well, why don't you try us? I look over at Ugo and I look back at you.
I have said before, I am here for you. You are my brother.
Thank you. Listen, I mean, this is, I'm sort of poring over the like you see the scribbles of the notes of everything, everything she said. It feels like there was sense to it. It feels like there was something to be gained from it. But I mean, what does this even mean? One can offer emptiness to the burdened, penance to the unredeemed, oblivion to the hopeless. Regret.
That was a lot of big words all at once.
It was. You're very right.
What do you think it means?
I have no idea.
Can you read it slowly and tell me what the words mean?
I can. I don't know if it'll do any good.
Well, try me.
Regress.
Say I'm smart.
Regress, which means the opposite of progress. It means to go back.
Oh, yeah.
Is as powerful a promise as progress. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah.
Yes.
But
Falling into old habits can be as quote unquote rewarding as developing new ones. Yeah.
Yes, I mean that's one interpretation of it, but I don't think it's that specific. But it is never devoid of cost, and that is where you are the same, you and she. Who is she? Who is she?
Mage. Ashen Mage.
Why would you say that?
It hit me. I mean, I don't know for sure. I'm guessing.
I don't know. We have no way of knowing.
What other she do we know?
Fahima, Lily,
Sanalka.
Zanelka.
I mean, that makes sense too.
I mean, yes, my mind went to the Ashen Mage as well, but she also referenced, I don't know if you heard, but before she left, I don't think I'm going to be able to sleep tonight. Like this is... I have no idea. I have no idea what any of this... The whole reason that I'll be honest, I looked at the hag in that situation and I did have sympathy for her, but also actual true divination, actually like being able to tell the future and look at someone and know things about them, that was intensely attractive. Because
You mean the power that she held.
and I know I haven't been entirely honest with you, but possibly the biggest lie that I've told you is that I have any idea what I'm doing with this, and I'll conjure digit.
You mean the magic that you get from your patron?
Yes.
Oh, I thought you meant Digit. It was like he goes around and grabs things for you.
I mean, yes.
I don't
I
know
think-
what I'm doing with my rage.
Yes, I think we're
It's
all
just there.
just sort
Very
of...
useful, but it gets me in trouble
Exactly.
all the time.
I'm afraid it might get all of you in trouble.
Well, then I'll use my rage to help get us out of trouble. As best I can.
I hope.
We have to, unfortunately, we're going to have to discuss our other problem.
What's our other problem?
Whitebeard?
I look up the stairs.
Could you be more specific?
My friends, she's not going to like the situation that we're going to be put in pretty soon.
I didn't like it either. I feel very much like the heroes of Bingle and that back in that house.
What? You didn't feel like a hero?
Knifing an unconscious man in the throat, no. I would say that was intensely...
Knifing an unconscious slaver in the throat.
Nope, doesn't matter. Didn't feel very
Doesn't
heroic.
matter.
Didn't feel
You
very
ended
Look.
a slaver.
It doesn't matter.
No
It's
one will
over.
be put into chains anymore.
Well, we can agree to disagree. It did not feel very heroic.
Look, it doesn't matter. It's over with. We
Well,
need
well,
to
it
look
still
into
matters.
the future.
Matters.
We need to stay focused.
I agree.
Right now, we're all pulled in 100 different directions.
Yes.
It's as if we're sitting on a spider's web, and we're trying to guess which string is going to get yanked out from underneath us next. And in my opinion, the only way for us to move forward is to just make a choice and move forward on that path. But we all have to agree. And lately, we've all been spread out trying our own individual string. And I, for one, have been slowly going mad, trying to guess what the right path is. And I don't know if there is one. The path
All I-
might just be whichever one we choose.
All I can go off of is what we know already, and that's the timeline that we came from. As I said to Lily earlier, killing Whitebeard could mean the end of Bingle, because Mervis Blowhard would be his life would be thrown into a completely different offshoot, and therefore the tardy plunder and us
How do
being...
you know that?
Ugo, if your father died when you were 5 rather than
Yeah.
when would your life have been different?
Maybe. I don't know.
A bit more than maybe, I think.
Well, I wouldn't have the same problems that I have with father, but my brother would still be around, and I still have the same problems with him.
But your life...
I don't think that if my father died early, that my brother would be different.
But it doesn't matter, Ugo. Your life would be intensely different. There's no denying that.
I think you both have very valid points, and that's the problem. You're both
And-
seeing the same problem in 2 completely different ways. And we need to find some way to come together as a group so that we can move forward as a group.
I have a question. How can the future be seen if it is not already decided?
I don't think it is decided, but all we know is the future that we came from.
But the
You know-
future has been decided because she knew it.
That's a good point. I don't know. Maybe she's seen... Maybe it's... I don't know.
Let
She
me
also
try to
could
put
be
it-
lying to us.
That's also true.
Let me try to put it into black and white terms, and perhaps the 3 of us can come to some sort of agreement. And then in the morning, we can all discuss it with the ladies, and hopefully we can all see eye to eye, so that what happened tonight doesn't occur again. Because I don't want Lily to hate me. I don't think either of you 2 do.
No.
Right?
No, of course
No.
not.
So to avoid that from happening again, we all need to agree that this is the path that we're going to take. And if we need to divert, or if we need to change, and I'm looking at you, James, because something occurs that makes us move in a different direction, then we will take that path. We will move in that direction. But until something forces us to, until we gain more information, we will stay true.
I
And
want
we
to
will
be
all
very-
stay connected as one group.
We are going to have to kill people.
I agree.
That's
I
going to have
agree.
to happen.
Yes.
People are going to not want us to do what we are going to have to do.
Yes, absolutely. But we could have... That man told us to leave, and after that is when we killed them both.
That man made a choice to continue fighting. I gave him plenty of options to stop, and he did not.
You both have valid points. You
I don't-
both have valid points. Trust me. I was standing there. I was watching the whole thing. You both have valid points. Lily has a very valid point.
I know.
We could have handled it in a very different way where we didn't need to kill anyone. But I wasn't going to go to jail for 2 halfling slavers. So I made a choice.
I see.
Right.
I don't like it.
I know.
I don't enjoy seeing that person's face when I go to sleep tonight. But I made a choice because I don't want to go to prison. And I don't want any of you to go to prison. But we need to focus and move forward. We need to stop fighting amongst ourselves.
I agree.
And if Lily doesn't feel comfortable killing anyone after this, then we need to know that going into the next situation with Whitebeard.
I think Lily would say, if this isn't too presumptuous, that she and I most times would agree with her, that if there is a way to talk our way out of something, if there is a way to, basically not cause too much bloodshed,
Right.
then that would be the preferred way. And
Of course.
I don't disagree with that.
Has
I-
Lily
I-
ever been in chains? Have you?
I'll go.
What's
I
your
don't think she's been in
point?
chains.
No.
I don't think she's been in chains, and I understand where you're coming
Exactly.
from. I do. I really do. Trust me,
Yes.
I've been on both sides of this
Yeah.
fence that you two are
Well, I
arguing
just
over.
want to make it sure that it's so easy to say, "Oh, we shouldn't kill nobody," but you haven't been
I'm
in
not-
chains.
Ugo, I'm not saying we should have. I'm not saying we shouldn't kill anybody. but mercy is important.
I agree with you there. That I can
Well,
agree with.
do you? Because you did not express any moments ago. I'm sorry.
I gave them opportunities. I shook the man and said, stop resisting. He continued to resist, and then they jump on top of each other and do weird things. Halflings are weird. Some of them have hammers for fists.
Listen.
Other ones can jump on top of each other and do backflips.
James, before you lose your temper,
No, I'm not.
I just want you to know something. Uggo could have very easily crushed a halfling in the mountains.
Early and very fast.
I was watching the fight. He had every opportunity to end that person's life, and he did not.
I know.
All right.
Until they put...
So just give him a little bit of credit.
I do.
Thank you.
And Uggo,
Yeah.
James has a point.
I know.
We made some mistakes in this
Yeah.
last fight. And those two halflings paid the price.
Yeah.
Now listen, and I absolutely see your point, Civ, about plans. But yes, the most important thing is going to be communication, because as we've seen, our plans are worth nothing when we can't adjust them. Because we never are able to properly anticipate what's going to happen. So I mean, honestly,
I can tell you that Choron thinks that Whitebeard is going to give him everything that he wants. He trusts Whitebeard completely. He thinks he's going to be able to lend this greed into a bargain with Whitebeard that's going to allow him and his family to go peacefully on their way. Now, you and I both know that's not ever going to happen. Whitebeard's not going to just walk away from the ransom on him and his family. We are going to have to make that choice. We're going to have to decide in the moment, are we going to fight against Whitebeard and save him and his family? Or are we going to side on Whitebeard and agree that Choron and his family are going to be sold off to the Shahs and Gao or whomever he sells them off to?
well, I don't know that it's a binary choice. I think basically the real trick of it is going to be keeping Choron and his family safe, but satisfying Whitebeard. And that's the only way we're going to be able to get out of this.
What happens when those two things are in conflict?
Well, I
that
guess
is what we are talking about.
it's possible. I think that's the dance that we're going to have to do. And basically at that point, then we'll have to deceive Whitebeard, make him believe that, I don't know, whatever, but maybe we can fake Choron and his family's death, let them get away, and tell Whitebeard, convince Whitebeard in some way that they're gone.
I just hope that they are not already dead.
Well, everything we're hearing about the Castle Rum sounds a very scary place, so
Also have to deal with Ostrom, who's
yes,
probably there as well.
yes.
And I fully expect that Choron has some other tricks up his sleeve.
That's possible. But
I gave him every opportunity to run away, and he did not take it.
well, he's set up what he thinks is his winning strategy, and so it's all he's got. So
At least he is not a coward.
no, that's true.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
tired.
go to bed. I'm going to be here a bit longer, but
I don't think you should stay up. I think
Well,
you need to let your mind rest, my friend. You're trying to take all of this weight on your shoulders, and I can see it. We need you,
okay.
just like we need Lily.
We need to confer to ancestors.
Thank you.
I'm gonna get up and take what's left of this bottle and what's left of this bread and mosey on upstairs.
All right. The stairs creak under your paw prints, your boots, and you make your way up. Uggo, are you staying?
Yeah. He's quiet for a while. James, I need to talk to ancestors.
All right.
I don't know where to do that.
He is probably not the best.
No. Wake everyone up.
Right. I mean, go for a walk on the beach. The sounds of waves can, cover things.
Yeah. He stands up slowly. I am sorry.
I'm sorry too.
You are a good person.
So are you.
I try. I do not feel good right now,
Neither do I.
and I am confused.
I think that's why we're here. To say this to
Like I
each
have
other.
done right, but it does not feel good. I think that is what you mean by do not feel heroic.
I think, the bottom line is not always all there is. I think how you get there is often just as important.
Yeah.
We'll get there.
Yeah. And Ugo leaves, goes to the beach.
All right. And James is left alone in the lobby of the Isle Inn studying his papers. Fahima, is there anything you're just restless?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Ugo, you walk out into the night, and it is that feeling that we all know of the middle of the night after a heavy rain. The air is crisp. All of the cobblestones are wet. There are puddles everywhere. It's that feeling of being the only person outside. And you start walking down those streets, your feet hitting puddles as they go. And moonlight is the only illumination. A lamplight here or there, but almost exclusively moonlight. But the moon is bright and shimmering. And you make your way through the town of Boster, quiet, wet. And you arrive on a harbor. The beach spread out in front of you. It's not exactly a tropical beach. This is a rocky, unwelcoming beach. Not the kind of place you'd put a blanket down and relax. It's a place for work. Yeah, a place for work. And you find yourself there. This post-rain, the clouds still heavy and thick in the air.
Ancestors. I am lost. And Ugo concentrates inward, thinking of the female orc or half orc that he often sees. That is the heart, and he calls to her.
And you feel an emptiness as you open your eyes and you look out on the water, and you see three forms on the surface of the water. Spectral. The middle form, two very large, all three large, but the middle form walks forward into the moonlight. And you see it is she. And she walks up, the two larger forms staying back, standing, still, sentinel. And
she walks up to you and she says, Ago, you are troubled.
Why? Why is this happening to me? I do not understand. And now I am more afraid than ever before. James tells me he does not know. And I was confident because James seemed to know. And I now feel like I am conflicted. I ended an evil, and yet it does not feel good.
Ago, when you called to me tonight, I was in Thorn, watching over you. You, so small. You did not need me yet, and so I had not presented ourselves. We had not presented ourselves. But we were there, always there. And now you call me here, away from you.
Did you see Orc Mama?
Yes.
How is she? Tell me!
She is alive and well. She loves you. She's proud of you and Braca. Ago, I do not know how I see you so old now. I do not know why you need me now. Why you need me more than all of us.
You remind me of Mama. And I am feeling very motherless now.
Well, the young orc that I watch needs Mama. But the old orc that I help smash things must take responsibility for himself.
Yes.
I sense wisdom in you, Ago. I sense a long journey behind and a longer one ahead of you. We will always help you, your ancestors. But our path is complete. Your path is still unfolding. Be true to yourself, Ago. The little orc I know is a good boy, strong, brave, angry sometimes.
Many times. Gets worse. Much worse. Do not trust Braca.
He is family.
One day he will not be by his own choice. Tell Mama. Make Ago know to hold her while he can. To be strong for her while he can. And when it is all over, it will be you and him, and the big one that will be the family he have left over. I am very thankful for ancestors.
You honor us, Agu.
And you see behind her, an arm raised like this, and the other largest one stand stoic and slightly bow his head. And she starts to retreat back into the water, atop the water, back to where the moonlight no longer illuminates her, where there are just 3 silhouettes. And they stand, dark shapes on the water.
Ugo rises, clearly wipes his face as he's been crying. And walks back to the inn.
The doorbell jingles a little bit as Ugo passes by.
I wasn't sleeping. I wasn't sleeping. I'm very tired.
James.
Yes.
And
Are you okay?
turns his. I almost jumped in the sea and swam home. My mother is alive. Right now. I could change the future. I could save her. It's all I want to do. And I don't know if I am emotional now because I feel like I have done something wrong and I know that Lily is right. Or that I'm angry because I don't want to agree with her because when you slave someone, you take their life from them. I am wise, but I am stupid. And I don't.
As terrible as it might be to say, as attractive as it might be to make things better for ourselves, given this chance, the real conundrum of time travel is then we'd be changing ourselves.
Ugo
Changing
would not be Ugo.
Ugo would not be Ugo. James would not be James. Civ would not be Civ. Fahima would not be Fahima. Lily would not be Lily.
We would not be family.
We would not be family. We would not be able to do the good in the world that we have done. Our pain is what makes us stronger. I'm very sorry. I love you.
And
I'm
I'll be
sorry.
too, James. It's not your fault. I have been angry with you. I've been angry with everyone, but I have been angry most with you. And I think the reason I have been most angry with you is because I see so much of self in you. Struggle with dark things.
I'm ashamed. Yeah. And shame pauses everything. Shame stops connection. Shame stops all these things, all the good things. And I'm trying. And Ugo, I need you. I need your strength. I need this family. I do. Because I'm running out of ideas.
It scares me.
It scares me.
I just told ancestors how scared I am because I was confident until this moment. because you seemed so clear and focused on what was right and true, like you always are. And now, you don't know.
I don't.
That scares me.
I never want to tell us that we need to let someone die, or... we are here to do good, right? And save people and protect.
Wars happen. Famine happens. Bad things happen. Sometimes someone must do the hard thing to prevent the bad things from happening.
The needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few.
And the hardest part is knowing whether that is true or we're just telling ourselves it is.
And all we can do is do our best.
I do not feel like I did that this evening.
Neither did I. Come on, let's go to bed.
Yeah.
And they retire to the chambers, and the night, such as it is, the few remaining hours that...
That's probably a short rest now.
Even that.
I would assume Lily might be the first up.
I would hope so.
Yeah, I'm well rested. Yeah, I'll go downstairs before everyone's awake and go get breakfast. And then I will, actually what I'll do is I'll go downstairs, I'll get breakfast for everyone and bring it to the room and water, because I'm assuming everyone's going to be a little hungover. And then I'll just be downstairs, let them wake up on their own time.
All
There's
right.
like biscuits and water and stuff they can have.
Shall we do constitution checks to see what order everybody wakes up, or do you guys all sort of just want to rouse to...
I mean, yeah.
Well, I'm going to sleep second, so I'll just wake
Okay.
up,
Sounds good.
eat breakfast.
You can just
I
wake
think-
up in the order that we went to
Yeah.
sleep.
I think James probably only got about 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I'm totally fine just taking a short rest, and
Okay.
a long rest did not happen.
Okay.
Not with that amount of anxiety, no way.
Take your exhaustion.
Speaking from personal experience.
All right, Fahima, so you make your way down and you see a lovely display of breakfast. Lily, as is her wont, has made a lot out of a little. This is not exactly an extravagant place, although it's, you know, on the higher end for Boster, because you guys had all that money given to you by Whitebeard, so you went for a nicer place. But Boster doesn't really have, you know, luxurious lodging. But she's made a lot out of a little, and there's quite a bit of spread there for you with drink and food.
Thank you, Lily. It's really nice of you to go out of your way.
You're welcome. Eat up. I have a feeling we have a long couple days ahead of us.
Is everything all right between us?
We're fine.
Should we maybe talk about it when the boys wake up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Are you mad at me?
No,
Okay.
I'm mad at the situation.
I just want you to know that when we talk about it, I probably will still disagree with you, but that doesn't mean I don't respect you, all right?
That's fine.
Okay.
All
I'll
right.
dig in and I'll give Meep some little bits of bread,
Okay.
too. Feed her bird seed. Oh no, do I have that? I don't
You
have that.
don't have
Okay.
So
Yeah.
Civ would be the next one down.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably equally surprised when I see a breakfast spread. I will turn to the bartender and put whatever 2-3 gold coins or whatever onto the bar. That's for this, and I hold up an empty bottle. And I also ate some bread from behind the bar. And here's an extra gold for the breakfast. And thank you.
Civ, you must not have a hangover. You're in good spirits this morning.
Well, it took me a little bit to get to sleep, but you know, I'm used to it. I look over at Lily.
Good morning.
How are you?
Fine, how are you?
I'm fine.
Good.
For some reason, I don't think you are. Look, I had a conversation with the boys last night, and I wanted to let you know that we tried to come to some sort of consensus so that moving forward we wouldn't be put in that kind of situation.
The kind that we put ourselves in.
Yes.
Okay, I look forward to hearing about it.
It's about the time that James saunters down, followed pretty closely by Uggo.
I love it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning.
What time is it? What time is it?
I don't know, but we don't have a lot of time to
No,
talk
I
before
don't
we have
think
to
we
go
do.
back to Whitebeard's ship. If we're going back to Whitebeard's ship.
We have to, yes, unfortunately.
Innkeeper, do you have any tea or coffee? Something as
Please.
a pick-me-up?
There's coffee out on the table.
Shit, yeah, I already got some.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lily.
Welcome.
James, how do you feel?
Not great. Look, yes, I'm glad everyone's all right. But yes, I think our communication as a group has fallen on some hard times recently, and I think we probably have some work to do on that front. But
I meant the hangover, but all that's good too.
oh, I fully sobered up by the middle of that fight.
Good,
Yeah.
good.
Yes. And then I stayed up for a while longer, so it's fine.
Hmm.
If I have a headache at this point, it's probably just from sleep deprivation.
So I guess we assume Uggo was up late with you as well, since he's still sleeping.
I talked to. Oh no, he
Came
told
down.
me
He came
that
down just after.
Oh,
me.
you
It's
came
been very
together. Okay.
quiet,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Yes. Yes, we had a fitful night.
I talked to ancestors.
What did your ancestors say?
My mother is alive, and they were caught off guard when I called to them.
As
They
they
have
would
not-
be.
They have not shown themselves to me yet in this timeline.
Is that going to be a problem?
No, they say I honor them and that I am a good orc.
I'm sorry, Uggo. That must be hard. Not being able to be with her.
They're all very lucky that I am still here. It was very hard for me not to just jump into the ocean and swim.
I know. But we don't know how long we have here anyway.
I know. I know.
And we don't know what our actions will do.
Yes. That is why I am still here. Because, James, I think you are right when you say if we had changed anything, we would not be a family.
Right.
And Lily, you are angry and I understand why. And I assume the part of me that feels bad because you are angry is some indication that I should accept that what we did maybe was not the best course of action. But with all due respect, I do not think you have ever been in chains. I don't think that your life has been taken from you in that way. And if it had, I would kill everyone to free you.
I hope you wouldn't.
I would.
Well, I hope you wouldn't.
Look, all the times that I've said Hamlet or said we shouldn't hurt creatures, the response has always been, it's all right when it's in self-defense. How many times did I get kicked? How many times did Uggo get kicked?
Because we were shaking them. Because we barged into their house in the middle of the night.
You agreed.
I do.
Right?
I'm not taking myself off of the hook here. I'm disappointed in myself just as much. We shouldn't have done that. I think we played God in a situation where we should not have. I think we said we can't change the future, and then we went ahead and we released the hag, and we changed the future.
Well, who's to say that wasn't supposed to happen anyway?
I don't know, but that's not the way we had been
Build
operating.
the future.
Okay.
Look, when we were in the fighting pit, and I felt like I didn't have any sort of power over my circumstances, this is something that I had power over. I could leave this timeline feeling like it did something good. Releasing, as Uggo said, someone who is enslaved. I can't do that for anyone else. At least not that I know of.
I understand. And I also think I see where Lily is coming from, and I said this to Uggo last night, but it is not just what you do, but how you do it.
What, so?
And how we comported ourselves last night left something to be desired. And I'm not putting blame on you, I'm putting that blame on all of us.
Well, we tried. We tried to do it without violence. When they came out, Uggo took them and held them and shoved his face into the face of the hags like a dog who needs to be punished and shown what they did wrong.
Fahima, listen to what you're saying. How is that without violence?
Grabbing someone?
Grabbing someone and threatening them with their life.
Seems appropriate given the circumstances.
What are they supposed to do in that situation? He said leave. He said get out. And we didn't.
After kicking us. After hurting us. He hurt Uggo.
Yes.
I was
we
bleeding
hurt
through my
him.
shirt.
I almost died.
Yes.
Did we kill that person?
I thought it was them.
No.
Makes sense now that it is the hag that did it.
Anyway, I wrote a song if you guys want to hear it about how I feel about it.
Somehow I don't think this is going to be a happy-go-lucky song that makes us all feel better.
I think that would be weirder actually if it were, so, of course I want to hear.
The heroes of Bingle, they call us. Here we come to save the day. But as confidence overcomes us, priorities seemed washed away. We say that we want to be better than all of the evil we face. But as our journey continues, it seems our own demons do chase. If we give someone a chance to do better, perhaps they will learn from their mistakes. But crushing them before they can try, I guess our enemies we've replaced. All I'm saying is we are no better than all the people that we have talked against, have shamed. So if this is how we're going to continue, I have to consider that I don't want to be a part of it, because I thought we were better than that. But if we get confident and we feel like all of a sudden we know what's best for everyone, we know what's best for the future, then are we really any better? I'll just ask you to consider that, and I don't expect you to agree with me instantly right off the bat.
I do agree, but I have a question for you. And I need you to be very honest.
I'm always honest, unfortunately.
Good. What do you want to do about the Choron and Whitebeard situation?
I don't know what the Cho.
Well, I need an answer. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Lily.
Okay.
But I need an answer.
What do you want me to say? We don't know. We don't know.
You're going to have to decide. I've been saying this since the beginning. No one listens to me. No. I'm speaking. No one has listened to me since we started this. I warned you all that this was going to happen. I said if we go down this path, we are going to have to make a choice. We've had to make that choice several times now, and people have died. This is what happens when you work for someone like Whitebeard. I know. I've been there.
I agree.
So if you think this is going to change, it's not. It's only going to get worse. I gave Choran a chance to run away. He did not take it. He
That's
thinks
my
Whitebeard,
point.
He thinks Whitebeard is going to go along with his little plan.
And how are we to know any better?
My dear, the world is not filled with good and evil people.
But Civ, by
It is
choosing
filled with people that have a whole range. Everything in between.
I know that.
All
You
right.
don't think I know that?
I do. I do. And right now we are stuck in the middle.
And
We are
that's-
stuck making a choice
That's
with
where
very
we need
little
to
information.
stay. That's where we need to stay, in the middle. We try to do good, but we cannot. Unfortunately, the circumstances are such. We say, "What's your choice? What's your choice? What do you want me to do?" We cannot kill Whitebeard. How many times do I need to say it? We cannot. This is.
Then
the
you're all right with
circumstances.
Choran dying. You're all right with his
No,
family
I'm
dying.
not. Which is why we.
You think
are
that this
here.
is some silly game where we're just
No.
going to be able to free them and everything's going to work out
No,
fine?
I don't
and
think
we're
that-
all and we're all going to get away with it
And you
without
think this
any
is
problems.
Okay.
This, but
Everybody,
I know.
listen. Us fighting against each other isn't going to do any good.
Yes.
And I
agreed.
understand that I am very upset right now, and that's not helping.
You're not the only one upset.
But listen, we don't know, Civ. We don't. If Choran won't let us save him, there's not much we can do, unfortunately.
Then why are we here? What is the point?
We don't know.
All right. Then if no one knows, then we just need to make a choice. All of this floundering around, this waffling back and forth is driving me mad.
I don't know what waffling you're talking about.
I don't know either. What?
I really don't.
Do you want me
genuinely
to
want
like
know.
hold up a flag at all times and go A or B? I don't know what you expect.
We don't have any waffles. I heard waffles.
Thank you. Thank you. Honestly, Civ, I'm sorry. I want to please you. I want to give you a satisfying answer, but I think you're asking an impossible question.
All right.
You want to do, Civ?
I know exactly what we should do.
What?
And I've been
It's
saying
then,
since the
for
beginning.
God's sake!
We kill Whitebeard.
No!
We do this once and for all. You're the only one, James. You're the only one standing in my way. We know the evils that he's going to commit. We know them.
Aren't you
We
worried
just
about us
killed
never
we just
meeting?
killed 2 halflings because they kept someone a slave. What is he doing right now? Keeping a hostage.
But Civ, aren't you worried about us never meeting? If that happens?
Or
The
ever
amulet-
saving
the
Bingle.
amulet,
You and Lily might never meet.
The amulet sent us here for a reason. What is that reason, if not to
Why
save
have we not
Choran?
asked the amulet?
Because it isn't here. It isn't here. None of our things are here. We're not even ourselves. We're other people trapped in bodies.
It seems we're all following our own moral compass, but
And the-
it's not aligned with one another.
And the amulet chose to show us before we came back to this time of Whitebeard's treasure, of Whitebeard's vault, why would it show us that if we were to come back here further and kill him? I'm sorry, Civ, your logic does not add up. I'm very sorry.
My logic is that you all don't want Choran and his family to die. That is my logic.
That is your logic. You're correct. I do not want them to die.
Thank you.
And I disagree with your assumption that that is one or the other.
I
Great.
agree.
Then
with
what
it
is
as
your
well.
plan, James?
Protect,
You don't have one. You
protect-
don't have one.
Protect
I'm
Choran.
done. I'm
Listen
done.
to me.
And
Fine,
I walk
leave.
out. I walk out.
Protect Choran. Don't kill Whitebeard. That
Going
is my
straight to
plan.
Whitebeard's ship.
Fine.
I am not hesitating.
James,
What?
Lily,
What?
Fatima, what do we do when those two things conflict? When we have to choose between killing Whitebeard and saving Choran? Do we not kill Whitebeard to save our own history?
We
Is that the hero thing to do? I'm not saying that will necessarily be the case that we have to make a choice.
I don't know.
That is the choice he is worried about.
Yes, I don't know, but Civ's
I'll go,
constant... Please, I'm so sorry. Civ's constant insistence that we must know right now is incorrect.
He's afraid.
Yes.
He's just trying to protect us from ourselves.
He's afraid. He is afeared.
For a good
He's
reason.
not alone. He's not alone.
We're all afraid.
Yes.
But
and that
how
is
we
what
have
are
gone
making-
through this entire journey together is that we have followed our gut instincts. We've gone into a lot of situations where we don't know what's going to happen. We haven't made decisions in advance. We can't do that because we don't know the situation.
Well, look, we actually, you raise a good point. We did make a decision in advance. We all decided that we are going to avoid fighting. And look what happened. Uggo fought. Not any fault of his, but that is what happened because that is how the cards fell, due to me not reacting quickly enough, due to his personality. So, as much as we think that we have some sort of control over this, perhaps we should just ride the tide and make decisions as we go, just like we've been doing.
That's what I'm saying. We
That's
have
what
to.
I thought we had to do.
But Civ seems extremely intent on making the decision right now, one way or the other, because he cannot see the future.
Well, it's because of what Lily's saying. Because we didn't have a plan, and now there's dissent. That's all he's saying.
We can't leave him. I don't know even what he's going to do, so we need to leave.
I will tell you what I think is a good idea.
What, please?
I will protect Choran and his family as long as I can.
Yes.
But if it becomes between choosing Choran and Whitebeard, I choose Choran.
Okay.
That's fine.
I will do my best.
I know you will.
To not.
I know you will.
You are right. Those halflings did not need to die. But I have no sadness for their passing.
I have no regret for my actions.
I only feel bad in that perhaps you could have talked them out of things.
I
I'm
only
just
feel
saying-
bad that Lily's upset.
We've all done things in our past that we regret, and we were given a second chance.
And you remind me when she is not around that the Candle Queen talks of redemption.
We're just no better than our enemies if we act that way, is how I feel.
You know, I keep thinking, as I do, what would Conroy do? And he works alone. Most of the time. And you know what? I think I could have gotten the hag free if I had just gone alone. Could have polymorphed myself, snuck in there, teleported out, made her invisible, swapped myself back out again. You have to know, Lily, that it was not my intention for violence. I don't think it was any of our intentions, but that's just what happened. And so maybe it was meant to be.
I disagree with that. I think we were careless. Me too. I think we went in there after a few drinks feeling overly confident in a situation that involved people's lives.
But yet you don't agree with Civ? That we should have a plan?
I think we should have a plan, but I don't think we necessarily can decide right now. Choran doesn't want to be set free. What do? We don't know we don't even know that Choran dies.
I don't.
I agree that I want to save him. I agree that I want to do the best that we can for him, but I don't think it's a matter of right now we kill Choran or we save Choran or we kill Whitebeard.
I agree.
That's just not the option right now, and I think we were sent here for a reason. I'm just saying I think that the Hag mission, if you want to call it that, was of our own volition. It was reckless.
I agree.
Myself included. I do not take myself out of that. But I think the way that we treated those halflings was scary to me. We didn't just kill them with honor. We killed them with aggression and with
fire.
Flair.
Fire. Say it, Lily. With fire. I'm a fire wizard. I'm made out of fire. I use fire.
Fahima, that's not my point.
So perhaps magic missile would have been a better option then.
No, my point is we
chop their heads clean off.
Fahima.
Okay.
It
Just
is
saying.
not. It is not about you. She said it was about us. It was something that we all did. Okay?
Clearly, you're not hearing me right now, so I'm not going to have this discussion with you. I thought that perhaps you would respect me, all of you, enough to at least give me this moment, this one time when I talk back, this one time when
We're
I
hearing
have an
you.
opinion. No, you don't.
We are hearing you. Just because we don't agree with you doesn't mean we're not hearing you, Lily.
But what you're saying shows me that you're not hearing me. Because what you're saying is not my point. So
The point is that we should have shown more mercy.
no. My point is that we were careless in the way that we approached that whole situation. And that we, as a group, have talked about giving people a chance before we kill them. And we did not do that. We did not
disagree.
have done that.
I disagree. We did. We absolutely did.
All right, so where Civ is far ahead now at this point, walking through the morning in Boster, past all of the townsfolk who are emerging after a long rainy night, starting up their early morning activities. It's a town bustling with industrious activity. It is a working town, and as you get closer to the harbor where the boat, Whitebeard's Itch, is moored, more of that is happening, and more people are carrying things, moving things from place to place. Ships that were left overnight are now being unloaded and loaded up for sailing this morning. And Civ, you're kind of emerging into all of this hubbub.
Sure. I'm just gonna beeline it straight down the dock to Whitebeard's ship.
All right, so as you approach, you see a loudmouth talking away, indicating some things, and start moving things off. And as you make your way up the deck toward the dock, I should say, toward the ship, you see Whitebeard come out and down the ramp, and he goes,
Oh, good morning, good morning. Are we sailing today? Where are your
Yes.
friends?
Oh, I think they're coming right behind me. I hope.
I hope the orc makes it. We had quite a day yesterday.
Oh yes, he's very impressive.
I want to show you something. Come with
Really?
me, yeah.
All right.
and he comes and loudmouth goes, I'd like to come too. I just want to accompany you and be right there with you. And so the three of you start walking down the dock down the length of it's quite a large dock, and there's a bunch of ships moored. And he comes around, you walk away from Whitebeard's Itch, and you see some of the pirates that you had seen as crew members on Whitebeard's Itch picking things up and moving them down along the dock, along the same route that you're walking. And as you walk farther and farther down, you come around a bend, and there, sitting on the dock, is a ship that looks to be brand new, like it was constructed here. In fact, there's still a couple of cranes that are erected on the side that seem to have been used to finish building this ship. It's big and pristine, and there's on the foremast there's a large mermaid face carved out of solid wood, looking, shining, painted blue and beautiful. It is unmistakable. The ship that you spent many days on.
Oh yeah, for sure.
And he turns to you and he goes,
This is the ship you got for me. Foddy Lumpfoot's ship. The ship he owed me from when we, fair and square, got that treasure. I think I'm gonna call it the Tardy Plunder.
Yes.
Once late, never late again.
It's beautiful.
It's mine now, and it's what we're gonna sail to the Castle Rum.
Is it fast?
We're gonna find out, aren't we?
Whitebeard.
And you see those pirates, taking things, and they're clearly removing them from Whitebeard's Itch, some supplies onto this new ship. Clearly, this thing was not just moored here; it was constructed here. This is a brand new vessel.
Whitebeard, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
I'm just curious. What do you plan on doing with Choron once this is all over?
No reason why we can't double dip, right?
Right. Yes. I mean,
I
5,000 gold is 5,000 gold, right?
I think you understand. You're a pirate. No,
And I think
if
there's a
he's
reward
telling
on-
if he's telling the truth about all that treasure,
Right.
then I want that treasure for my own. You'll get your share, of course, but
Yes, of course.
They say it's cursed. The men. I don't know where they got that notion, but if it's true, he dies.
Yes, I thought that. It's funny because the hag said something about it being cursed too.
Well, we'll have to see about that. No curse has ever taken Whitebeard down before.
Right. Well, I have good news about the curse. There's a couple of wizards in your employ that might be able to remove the curse.
Yeah, you said that.
Right. The bookish one and the one with the parrot.
Where did they find the time to study magic, I wonder?
I don't know. I just became friends with them recently myself.
Well, you five have become more useful than I anticipated, and I will reward you appropriately.
Excellent. I was wondering if there was any way that I could negotiate to be a part of the, how do I say this? The exchange with the prisoners and the Shazengao.
What do you mean?
Well, I happen to have some contacts amongst the Shazengao, and I was wondering if I perhaps could negotiate on your behalf.
I'll take it under advisement.
Did you know that he has a wife and a son?
That's my understanding. Exactly what we're going for right now. We
Yes.
get those, and he makes with the treasure cache. Loudmouth told me. So perhaps the bounty will be tripled.
Yes, I'm sure the reward would be much bigger for the whole family instead of just Choron.
All in due time, but I'm glad to know we're thinking alike.
Yes, I've been in situations like this before.
I thought your
And he looks around.
green friend was gonna be my number one guy, but I like you quite a lot.
Well, we both have our talents.
Right. I've got my eye on you. My eye.
And he starts walking back toward Whitebeard's Itch at a brisk pace.
Is Loudmouth still standing there?
No, he's, like a lap dog, a puppy dog following after Whitebeard.
Whitebeard, I couldn't happen overhearing. Perhaps you're looking at your number one guy, and I just want to say, for as many years of service as I've put in and tried to be, ever faithful in serving all the things that I've been able to do for you over the years, never a word of complaint, just always being quiet and just keeping my peace when things have gone awry,
Shut up, Loudmouth, I swear. One of these days.
Oh, of course. Nobody closes his mouth better than Loudmouth, and nobody understands the moment and what's required and what's appreciated by the people around him better than old Loudmouth. I was once told,
And this is continuing as they walk down the
Right. Is Choran still on the top deck in his cage?
You have not seen him from where you had just walked up to the ship, but
I mean, I'll wander around on top of the ship to see if he's there.
All right. Well, by the time you make your way back to the Whitebeard's Itch, the rest of the team has made their way down to the dock as well.
We got the liquor of the dead from under the bed. We absolutely did not forget it.
Glad to hear it.
Yes.
All right.
I wave to the rest of them as they're coming up the gangplank.
And all of you have, arrived down at the dock at Whitebeard's Itch, and you saw Whitebeard walking with Loudmouth, walking behind him, talking away, and getting back on Whitebeard's Itch and moving around and moving things. You see Civ slightly behind them as well, waving back at you.
Do we see the tardy plunder?
No, you'd have to walk down the harbor a bit in
Okay,
order to
got
see it.
Okay. All right. Hi.
Hello.
It's good to see you.
How are all of you?
Good. What have you been up to?
I just had a little conversation with Whitebeard.
Okay. Did you learn anything?
Did you tell him we're gonna kill him?
No, I chose to keep that one to myself. But I did find out what he plans on doing with the prisoners once this is all over.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Which is?
He's going to sell them to the Shazengao for the reward.
Well, he's at least predictable in his tactics to want to make as much money and as underhandedly as possible.
Oh, and we helped him get the tardy plunder. Fahima and Ugo
What?
and I. Yes, the ship.
The ship!
Right, yes, the deed, the title.
Wow.
That was for the tardy plunder.
See? Everything does happen for a reason.
Is that maybe why we were sent here?
Did you get the tardy plunder?
I'm ready to go home now.
Take it back!
We all just wait. I guess that wasn't it.
Oh, that's not it.
Wasn't it?
He wishes to take the tardy plunder to Castle Rum.
You sense the amulet saying, California's not quite past phase 1 yet.
Interesting.
Bad joke.
So did all of you come to some sort of agreement or amends or
No.
no?
Not really.
We still all agreeing to disagree?
My opinion is going to be that I am going to try to save Charon until such time as the Whitebeard makes me kill him.
Right. Yes, I thought that.
I actually agree with that.
Do you?
I do, honestly. But I
I'm not
think
looking for a reason to kill him. I'm just saying.
right.
I think if we're compelled to do it against our best wishes,
Right.
then it might be meant to be. Might
It's-
be meant to, but yeah.
I honestly listen. I want us to continue to be the heroes of Bingle, and if Choran is this innocent man and his family is there, and it's Whitebeard is terrible. No one is denying that. But simply, you have to know that I'm terrified of the repercussions.
Really?
Civ, the fact that you seem honestly so cavalier at times about killing him tells me that you're missing things. You should be worried. Are you? Yes or no? Don't give me that. Come on.
If you grew up the way I did, you'd know how I feel about this.
Well, I didn't, so I'm going to need an answer. Thank you.
That's what I was going to say too.
I have absolutely no problem removing this man from this planet.
But you should. At this time.
I know. I know you think I should.
No, you should. Yes, you really, really should.
James, I have to disagree with you.
Have I done it yet, my friend?
I know. You probably had an opportunity moments ago.
What did I write in your poem?
Wait, you wrote James a poem?
He did.
Yes, I did.
Am I the only one who doesn't get a poem from
Was it
Civ?
your birthday? Was it your birthday poem?
I think maybe Civ felt that things between us were strained.
To say the least, yes.
I respect you so much. I honestly do. And so it's why I get so frustrated. But the thing is that you're presenting us with a false choice by saying it must be A or B. Moments ago, you said to Lily, there are all different sides and all different variations of people. Listen to yourself. And all I know is that Whitebeard dying when he dies in the previous timeline allows us to save Bingle, allows us to save Lily's family and stop the evil in the Debrief from happening, allows us to do all that good. And so by altering that massively, we throw all of that into jeopardy.
Or it was always meant to be that way, and that's why the amulet sent us here.
I would argue, Fahima, that we only know one thing for sure, and that is the timeline that we came from happened the way that it happened. Therefore, we should try to preserve that timeline as much as possible.
Why? Why should we? What's so great about our timeline? The history is lost 300 years ago. The Wardens are captured.
Hey, Fahima. You were born from a wish, right?
As far as we know.
That's what you tell me?
Yeah.
What happens if we kill Whitebeard and your father never gets that wish?
Then I don't exist. At least not in this form, anyway.
Wouldn't you want to prevent that from happening?
Well, sure, I value my life, but...
Right, and you value your existence?
I also understand that magic works in...
mysterious ways.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. I don't know much about magic, so I'm just going to have to trust you on that one, but it seems to me that...
We're assuming we're at the beginning of the pattern of the weave. We don't know where we are. We don't know where it diverges.
Yes, exactly. Which is why, again, I will say all that we can do is preserve what we know.
I don't think that's necessary.
Look, we're not going to agree on this, James. I'm sorry. Fahima, Ugo.
Well, then I will echo Lily once again and say any other action would be reckless.
Why don't you let someone else talk for once?
Please.
Lily?
I have nothing to say.
Really?
Really. I said what I said. You all disagreed with me.
I did not disagree with you.
I don't feel like I disagreed either.
Sorry. Maybe I misunderstood. I think I made myself very clear where I stand.
I think we've been put in an impossible situation.
I agree.
And we are trying to find a possible solution to an impossible problem.
And as you say that, you hear footsteps behind you.
It's not that impossible. We just gotta take the things from over here and put them over there. If we're gonna sail this morning, we're gonna have to.
If you do not be quiet!
Just saying, if we're gonna.
Shut up!
Thank you, loudmouth.
As bosun, I just want to say that we need to get on the boat if we're gonna leave.
Right.
That's a valid point. Thank you for saying that.
Yes, we appreciate that. You're valid.
He walks down the thing, looking back at you guys the whole way. Like, well, I don't know what I'm going to them. I'm just trying to do my job. And if they're hired by Whitebeard, then I should be doing what I say. I'm the bosun of the ship, even the new ship. They tell you I'm the bosun. And keep walking down the.
Shall we? And I gesture towards the gangplank.
Yes.
Shall?
All right. So all of you get on the tardy plunder. It is morning, but as with the previous day, dark clouds hang thickly overhead. The sky is gray. Rained a lot last night. It doesn't look like it's raining now, but there are certainly thick, heavy, dark clouds in the sky. And it is a skeleton crew that boards the tardy plunder. Certainly not all of the crew of Whitebeard's Itch is making this journey. So all of you are expected to fill out the necessary positions of the crew, and you have this strangely familiar feeling stepping into stations aboard the tardy plunder. There is, as there was, a turtle at the helm, sailing into the dangerous unknown. Whitebeard stands defiant on the quarterdeck, commanding the vessel out into the open water. And it takes several hours to circumnavigate the isle around the southern tip of the landmass. And during that time, you are all working very hard. You are all pitching in and doing activities that are weirdly reminiscent, weirdly familiar, on the same ship, though newer. It is not the worn, battered, used ship that you remember the tardy plunder to be. No, this one is 20 years younger, has seen 20 years fewer days at sea. It is fresh. It is literally, it's taking its maiden voyage. We were talking about Star Trek earlier. This reminds me of Star Trek the movie when they come around and see the Enterprise for the first time being built. It's kind of the situation with the tardy plunder. And Whitebeard makes several comments, surprised that Foddy could engineer or commission a boat that was this quick on the water. The journey around the southern tip of the Isle of Rum is long and fairly uneventful. The coast of the island stays in view the entire time, and you see the harbors and larger structures start to thin out and give way to more sporadic buildings, fishermen hovels, shacks, houseboats, men and women out on the water catching shellfish in large cages and fish in nets, boats bobbing and swaying. Then even that seems to fade away, and you see only open coastline, vegetation and greenery, rocks and cliffs, birds. It's a large colony of what looks like seals or walruses congregating on a big stone that juts up out of the water. And as the ship finally makes the turn north past the cape on the east side of the isle, the sky takes on an even darker shade. For miles, there is nothing but surf pelting against rock on the edge of land. The seas seem more turbulent, angrier. Whitecaps crest across the surface of the water. And as all of you continue to follow Saugus and Loudmouth's instructions, the tardy plunder gains speed and moves away from land. And things darken further. You're moving northeast now. The wind bites at your faces, but the clean, brand new sails catch that wind and propel the ship through the ocean faster and faster. The island shrinks in your view as you get farther and farther from it. It shouldn't be this dark yet, but the sky is blanketed with black clouds that threaten to burst at any moment. You look back at the island and you see the stark, bright light of a lighthouse. Gray. On what must be Ocean's Gull Point. The light ripples off the surface of the water. The beam focused and shining, straight and true. Its light seems to be pointing, connecting 2 points. And you follow the line of illumination, impossibly strong and concentrated, as it shines past the boat and out ahead of you, drawing a path in the water in the exact direction you are going. You squint and look out where the light shines, a thin beam of reflection painted on the drab, jostling sea. And then you see it, a landmass, out in front of you. Miles away, but unmistakable. And you can't tell if it's a trick of the light, an optical illusion from the lighthouse, but the whole landmass seems to shimmer and move in place.
It ripples and glows with a greenish hue, as if the entire destination were on fire, burning with emerald flame. It's still distant. You can't make out the details, but you instantly feel a strange sensation in the pit of your stomach, a clenching wrongness that makes you instantly and profoundly uneasy. And then there is an awful sound, a screeching and a hum, a low, rumbling hum. Constant and terrible. Is it just in your ear? Is everyone hearing this? And then you hear a shout from the forecastle, yelling and pointing. And you see it. A ghostly, green ship coming right at you. It is faded and translucent, but huge, coming out of the light ahead of you. Wisps of horrible, sickly green rise off of every surface. Its tattered sails crack and moan in the wind. It cuts through the water, seemingly not disturbing a drop. Whitebeard shouts, "Hard starboard!" And that's where we're going to end tonight.
Yes!
That
That was so good, Jeff.
That was amazing.
So
Man.
good.
All right.
4 more hours.
Seriously.
I have a lot of people to thank. We got love from 2-0 Mask, Bingle in Flames, Doug in Texas, Shea Berry, Baron Pike, Lazy Pixie, Changebox, and more of you. Thank you for those balloons. We appreciate you so very much.
Yeah.
My goodness.
Is this the episode where the team breaks up?
Yeah. Spider-Man no more.
Nothing like a relaxing night of D&D.
Yeah.
Right. I just want to point out that we all love each other, and anything that you saw tonight, acting.
All right.
Morgan hates Jared.
I totally hate Jared.
That goes without saying.
I love
We
Jared.
all hate you.
No.
We have some things to plug, right? There's people doing other shows, other charity streams this week.
Yes, I have one more charity stream left for Jasper's Game Week tomorrow at 11 a.m. Pacific. I think it's twitch.tv/mini terrain domain.
Oh.
Yes, wow.
Raising money for suicide
prevention
hotlines, right?
It's already raised over $15,000 over the last few days,
Good.
which is
Everybody,
incredible.
everybody, all the players participated this week, and you guys
Yes,
are
we all
awesome for
did.
doing so.
Yes, we did.
Very, very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm gonna need some more wine tonight. That was a heavy one.
That was a
I
heavy
know,
one,
I
man.
know.
Thank you all for being here. Thank you,
Thank you,
dear
Jeff.
audience, for being here. We will be back next week. Airband's gonna see you out. We appreciate you. We're grateful for you. Thanks for being here with us during this this time. And please don't hesitate to tell your friends about the show. Help spread the word. Get in the Discord. There's a great community of people hanging out, talking about the show. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We will be back next week. Until then, humankind.
Evil.
What did I tell you? The greatest episode yet. No, to all of you, and I mean all of you who played along and interacted with us throughout the evening, our humble thanks. And thank you to everyone that shared our adventure. Be sure to join us next Wednesday at 6 p.m. Pacific right here at caffeine.tv/The Dungeon Run. As The Dungeon Run continues, follow the channel to get live notifications. Just click the star next to our name. Until next week, May the dice roll in your favor.
It started. It started. It started. 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 As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.
In a world where magic exists, anything is possible.
Ah, life is pain. Ah, life is pain. Pain, 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 pain.
Meep, I love you. Come back to me. Meep. 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 Meep.
We're falling through space. No plan.
The island of Bingle is safe once again. You may return to your homes. And if there are any that are willing, help them rebuild.
Humankind. Be both.